We're live, Trustee Meeting.
Okay, thank you. Exactly 5, so remember that.
Is that your coffee?
No.
Or is it in it? Oh, who's got coffee? Oh, it smells good. That's your granddaughter. Is she? Have you guys has she been at your house yet? Okay.
There for 20 minutes last week. My wife and daughter were and stuff.
Oh,
I had a huge dog. It started in 3 minutes.
of course.
It's hard, 3 minutes now. But wait a minute.
That's
No, sure.
Oh my God, John, big on it.
Good.
Yeah, it's been a long time.
Okay, the time is now 5 p.m. Call the Berlin Township regular meeting for August 10th to order. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Please call roll.
Trustee Rail,
Here.
Trustee Buller,
Here.
Trustee Sutton.
Here.
Thank you. That brings us to public comment, which we start at the beginning of each meeting now. If anyone would like to make a public comment, please state your first name, last name, and address for the record. Any public comment should be limited to 4 minutes maximum. And as a matter of standard procedure, the board does not respond to any public comments or questions made during the public comment period, but may direct inquiries to the appropriate department for later follow-up. With that said, would anyone like to provide public comment this evening?
Good evening. My name is Rick Gemeinhart. Pardon, I got a little cold here, I'm fighting. I live at 881 Africa Road. Been a 30-plus year resident of the township, so it's good to come back to a trustee meeting. I didn't realize we had so many people on the participation. I'll try to be brief, and I'm hoping my comments will be articulated to the record, so there's no misunderstanding in case I have to request written copies or refer back to it. I just want to make sure someone's recording this. I come here this evening, as I said, I'm a resident at 881 Africa Road. I'd like to know what the status, you're probably not going to be able to tell me with the public comment right now. I'd like to know the status of a no cut, no disturb, open space violation on property next to mine, southern edge. What's up next to that property? 881 Africa Road, it's Brookview Manor. You may or not right from Rundle, or might be familiar with the case. A lot of residents spent a lot of time over a lot of years making sure that that subdivision was platted properly and our concerns were addressed. At 6239 Brookview Manor, clear violation. We have a trampoline, we have baseball equipment, we have a new lot line. It's been cut at least 50 feet. I've made 2 inquiries. I made a phone call on Sunday, July 26th, Came into the zoning office Friday, July 31st. 10 days past that. I've got no response whatsoever. Now, if I need to bring in the plat, if I need to bring in the documents, if I need to bring in legal counsel, I'll be more than glad to do that. I'm asking the board, I'm asking the zoning department to look into this. I've heard nothing. It's not a homeowners association issue. Our revised code is very clear. This is an enforcement issue of this board in the zoning department. This is not woodshed versus aluminum shed. This is not purple flowers versus red flowers. This is clearly platted, part of the zoning document and record. No misunderstandings. I'm asking the board what your enforcement arm is going to be. When will I know what's going on as far as the status? I don't expect to know here tonight. You made it very clear that you're not going to engage with me. I'll give it reasonable time. I'll give it reasonable time. I've already given it since July 26th. No phone calls. I don't know how much more clear I need to be. My problem is this. There's many lot owners in that open space. I'll be done here in 30 seconds. There's many lot owners in that open space. Got to be seeing the same thing I see. You allow one, you allow many. I have open space next to my property. Do you want me to extend my property line so I can put some of my farm equipment? We can't have discriminatory enforcement. We can't. I respectfully ask the board to look into this. If you're not aware, I might be catching you cold. I apologize for that. If I'm not catching you cold, I'm disappointed no one has called me. With that, I appreciate the letting me have the floor.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, appreciate it. Would anybody else like to provide public comment this evening? Okay, thank you. With that, we will close the public comment period, and we will move on in the agenda to minutes. Moving to, I move to approve the June 8th regular meeting and June 16th special meeting minutes and dispense of the readings.
Second.
Moved by the chair, seconded by Trustee Bowler. Discussion.
Can you add July 7th to that also, the special meeting on July 7th?
Friendly amendment, if that's okay. July 11th, or July 7th, special meeting, move to approve. And
Second.
we got a second,
I'm okay
so, discussion. Of note, I wasn't at the July 7th, so I'll now have to abstain from the vote. Any further discussion? Please call roll.
Trustee Rail,
Abstain.
Trustee Bullard,
Yes.
Trustee Sutton.
Yes.
Thank you. That takes us to Roads and Cemetery Department. We have received our monthly report. Thank you so much for updating that report, Roads and Facilities here. Is there anything you would like to highlight from the report this evening?
Well, since we do weekly reports, I just kind of made a condensed road report. It's pretty much stuff that's already been in the weekly reports, but I can run down here real quick.
You don't need to go through all the
Okay.
items, but if you want to provide a highlight reel, that's great.
Let's see here.
And I appreciate the update on a weekly basis as well as the summary, so I think that that's a good way of consolidating it.
Okay. I mean, just to touch up the Pirate Road, storm drain grates have been repaired. Those were pretty bad. Vestibule the build is complete. Other than that, everything else is in the weekly reports.
Thank you. Trustee Bullard, as Roads Liaison, is there anything you would like to highlight for the report between Roads and Cemetery?
No, it's just it's pretty well laid out there in the.
Yeah. Great. Yeah, the Roads, Cemetery, and Facilities Update report is looking great. Appreciate that detail and all the great work that the Roads crew is doing, especially during these summer months. Liftgate pickup for truck is the next item on the agenda. Administrator Myers or Director Amato?
Yeah, sure, yeah, it's a lift gate that we'd like to purchase for our pickup truck. Make it easier to pick up, dead deer, things of that nature, so you won't have to lift up so high, things of that nature.
Part of it, picking up a deer with the liftgate, one person do it. Instead of two. So now I'm sending one guy out to take care of that deer instead of two. The other person can do something else. I know they pay itself back quickly, just in the hours we save doing that. Just on deer, probably alone out here. So.
Great.
Good.
Did you have anything to add?
Well, what it is just trying to look at a way that we can save some money from the cost of getting rid of a dead deer. Because a dead deer cost us about $200 or so to pick it up and take it up to the transfer station and get rid of it. This will cut away because we can do it with one person rather than two people. And it makes it possible for them to slide on the I was the one that was actually pushing that with Jesse, and then we've been working to get it done. It all makes sense to me. I'm totally in favor of it.
Well, we certainly deal with, unfortunately, a lot of deer accidents around here. So, move to approve $4,525 to Dexter Company for the purposes of liftgate.
Second.
Moved by the chair, seconded by Trustee Bullard. Discussion. Please call roll.
Trustee Bullard?
Yes.
Trustee Sutton?
Yes.
Trustee Rail?
Yes. Building lighting for Delco Sheriff Safety Assessment.
Yes, this came out of the physical security assessment from the Delaware County Sheriffs, and they just identified some areas as in outdoor lighting that could be improved. So these were two estimates from reputable companies, and I know there's quite a bit of price difference between the two estimates. The one estimate includes some trenching versus the other one doesn't. So,
Is the trenching necessary at this time?
no, it's not.
Okay, we have two estimates before us. The director is not recommending that trenching is necessary at this time. So with that being said, if the reputability is all equal, I'd like to proceed with the $8,000 as opposed to $13,000.
The lower price one is fine.
Move to appropriate Move to appropriate $8,140 expected, and I'm going to up that by about 10%. We're going to go to $8,500 to, and who is this company?
It is
Survivor Electric for the purposes of addressing the Sheriff County Department recommended lighting.
Second.
Moved by the chair, seconded by Trustee Bullard. Discussion. I've used Survivor and they've done a very good job. Historically, they're also local.
Yeah. Thank you, trustees.
Further discussion, please call roll.
Trustee Sutton?
Yes.
Trustee Rail?
Yes.
Trustee Bullard?
Yes.
Tree trimming proposal.
I'm asking for about 3 or 4 different places on the roads where it's just too high for us to reach. A tree trimming company with a ladder truck, you can easily access this. Plus, it is safer for them to do it. Some of the roads are parts of Heverlow, South 3Bs and K down there towards Plum, Big Run Road, and maybe part of Pyatt there heading south. That's what I'm asking for.
We've used Adams Tree Service in the past, and they've done a good job. I see this is from Timberland. Have you gotten other estimates as well?
I have. I've talked to Adam on 2 different occasions. He's just real busy right now. Plus, he doesn't have any help. So that's why I moved on to Timberland. Tony Fisher's the owner. They do most of the county work. So they're reputable.
Timberland's part of the county bid process, and so they give us a bid, or the county bids tree cutting for us, and we can use that. This is a little bit different service, but it's the same vendor, and they're using the same people.
And it's a comparable price to the market, what you've looked at?
It is,
We're looking at $2,000 per day.
yes.
And how long do you anticipate, how many days of work do you anticipate?
I would estimate 3 to 4 days,
So that would be $8,000?
yes.
And that gets rid of a lot of tree limbs that need to go away. Those are hanging over the road, that sort of thing.
I did receive a resident complaint on Cheshire and Pyatt. There was a tree that was very tall. Those limbs would come down in the road, potentially on a car.
They're part of this.
They're part of this.
Yeah,
Move to approve timberland tree, move to appropriate up to $8,000 not to exceed for timberland tree company for the purpose of cutting back limbs on township roads that include Haverlow, 3Bs and K, and other roads as assigned by Administrator Myers.
Second.
Moved by the chair, seconded by Trustee Bullard. Further discussion.
Just one quick comment.
Let's have a game plan in place for them so that we're not wasting any time talking about
Absolutely.
the day's work, not doing the day's work.
I agree. And then, Trustee Rio, that tree that you're referring to has been trimmed.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Okay, I haven't driven by there recently. Excellent. Further discussion? Please call roll.
Trustee Rail?
Yes.
Trustee Bullard?
Yes.
Trustee Sutton?
Yes.
Okay, Cheshire and Africa roundabout. This, I think the next 3 items were items that next 4 items were items that I did request of Administrator Myers to put on the agenda. We have really bad traffic going on across our township. As houses are going in, we're not being alleviated. We were informed by the county on a number of these projects, so I asked Administrator Myers to check in with the county and see what we can provide to the public as far as information for when these important areas are going to be addressed. So, Administrator Myers, Cheshire and Africa roundabout.
So I reached out to Rob Riley, the county engineer, because Doug was out. Rob responded to me. So the first one, Cheshire and Africa, his response to me was this project, as we know, includes a peanut-shaped roundabout and is now scheduled for summer 2027 construction. They lost about a year trying to obtain the right-of-way permit and permits to construct this project from the Army Corps of Engineers. So he believes it will be summer of 2027 to begin construction.
Do they have that approved?
They do not.
We're
He's
still
convinced
waiting.
he'll get it. Yeah, I asked him that, because the way it read, the response to me was they had it. So I said, so I assume you have it. He said, not yet, but we're confident we'll have it to start construction in 27.
Did they have the same point of contact that we have? Because we have access with the Army Corps through that one contact.
No, I'll
I
check.
sent it to you.
Okay,
The contact information. I think it
Okay.
was Shelley. She doesn't do these projects specifically, but she's responsive,
okay.
and she's always replied to us related to parks and trails in that area, so she might be able to.
Push it along.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
That area is so bad right
Yep,
now.
I go home every day.
And we do have a proposal coming through at the Cheshire Market. One resident asked if that roundabout would interfere with the Cheshire Market. As I understand it, the county said no, it would not interfere. So the building that's being constructed is not a result of the peanut roundabout going in. It's a result of other desires for renovations. Any other thoughts on that? Hollenbach and Pyatt intersection?
So yeah, Hollenbach Pyatt, Rob said this project includes turn lanes and a traffic signal. They're working to purchase the needed right-of-way of this project summer fall 27. Though it will take 2 construction seasons to finish this project. The northbound traffic lane will be maintained on Old State Road, and southbound will be detoured while widening along Old State is being done, which we're already experiencing some of that southbound now. We'll need to do a full closure of the east and west legs separately, which is kind of what's going on Blue Center and Route 3 over one of our neighboring townships right
Yes.
now. They did one side, they're doing the other side. We'll have a better idea of the actual construction schedule when we get closer, and they will provide more material or more details as we need them if they have them.
And they're doing that right now, just down the road from there on Pyatt with an orange on the FCON community too, I believe.
Yes.
Okay.
So that's kind of where we're at.
So that's not Pyatt, that's Old State.
Oh, I'm
Old
sorry.
State.
Yeah,
Old
Old
State.
State. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, southbound Old
Sorry.
State.
Yeah, I was confused over.
Thank you. Shanahan Road improvements.
So, this one, Rob said, this includes a center turn lane from US 23 north to north, a shared use path, and a new stormwater drainage system for the full length of the project. They're working to purchase a needed right of way now and expect significant amounts of utility work will start spring of 27. Some of the drainage and storm sewer installation may start later in 27, but they do not expect the road work and detour of westbound traffic to begin until 2028. The schedule is mostly utility dependent at this point. And again, have a better idea as they get closer, and we can continue to ask for feedback.
One of my concerns with this project is fiscal officer, haven't we sent them a significant sum of money already? For
Yeah,
portion
so
of the
that's why I
project?
was just gonna chime in on that, because I haven't sent any money yet for the shared use path.
Okay, but that's gonna be in orange, yeah.
Well, we owe a portion
We
of
will
that
share
share.
a portion
Yeah.
because we'll help with construction, but we will
Right.
maintain it.
So, but everything else we have appropriated, we have paid, what, 300,000 so far towards that project?
As I understand it, Orange has also put forward $250,000 to $300,000 as well for a project, so
Yeah, I mean, they've done the same exact amount as we have. We're the same shared use
Yeah.
agreement, so.
what I don't wanna have happen is a sunken cost fallacy where we end up having $100,000 that we've paid them and then have the price get jacked up on us.
Right.
The project that we're paying money for is a project for, Shanahan Road from 23 to North Road.
Correct.
Right,
I don't know that it covers the North Road going north, from Shanahan.
Correct.
So that's something that's gonna be in addition to whatever the Shanahan Road project was.
Yeah, I wasn't aware that they were doing, I don't think in our agreement there was a turn lane from North Road onto Shanahan. Is that what you read? Turn lane, or
Center turn lane from US 23 to north.
from US
But
23
23 doesn't
to
hit
North
North
Road?
No, it's on Shanahan from 23 to North Road. There'll be a
Okay.
center turn lane.
right.
Yeah, that was not part of that contractual agreement. So double check on that, nor will we be participating in the payment for that.
To that point, I guess Bob or Pat, we should probably start talking. I mean, we are moving some funds over to capital to plan for road projects. So if we're gonna have to do something in North Road, if there's something in the next 3 years, 3 to 5 year horizon that I need to start planning for, if I can get some kind of estimate. I just remember like Orange Township, what happened with Vale Canyon, how it just escalated, you know.
The North Road extension, north of Shanahan, should be part of the Evans project,
Yes,
Evans properties.
yes. And to be clear, we may participate if the board so is inclined, but it was not part of what the board voted on.
Right.
My apologies.
Initially.
Yes. Nor would I be interested in participating in that. The shared use path makes sense because there won't be any sidewalk on the Berlin side. So that has helped with the construction while the orange absorbs the entirety of the maintenance and upkeep in perpetuity.
Okay.
Makes sense because we have the safety walkability concerns addressed and we don't have to have any funding or any levy or anything like that to maintain that path.
Okay.
And then the drainage, was part of that initial contract, right? Okay.
Right.
And we didn't, and I believe we said we don't care if it's curb and gutter as long as the county takes it, which they have committed to taking it once the improvements are done.
Once it's done.
Correct.
Okay.
And that stretch of North Road would really be handy, because suddenly North Road would be tied all the way up to Glen Parkway if you wanted to do that. You could go up by the school and go through developments and keep going, kind of like North Road is, North Road is really busy now.
Mm-hmm.
And when that gets tied, there's about a half mile there to tie that all together and be able to go from Glen Parkway all the way down to Orange Road.
Mm-hmm. It creates a nice north-south funnel.
Another place to be able
Which
to
is
go north and south,
rarity here, yeah.
which we've got very few of.
Yeah, exactly. Good. Thank you, fiscal officer.
Mhm.
Any other updates for Shanahan?
No, ma'am.
Overpass on Cheshire Road. So this was a overpass on the railroad tracks on Cheshire Road that is was anticipated. Is there an update on that?
Yeah, his only update is, I'll start with the end. This won't happen until 2030. That's what he says at the very end of his paragraph. He starts off by saying the Norfolk Southern's looking for approval to construct a driveway across their own tracks to service a cell tower. They lease the tower. This has been a long, slow process. Very long time frames between submission of plans and receipt of comments. In the meantime, we have an agreement with Delco to remove the existing water tower and construct a new tower in the southeast corner of the crossing on land currently owned by the county. The earliest this construction overpass project will happen is 2030.
So it's gonna be an overpass?
It's an overpass that's supposedly anticipated.
It seems a little longer than what they were here in June.
That's a lot longer. I thought it was 2028. And the thing is that we have the development now going in, all of that area now developed, and we still don't have a good way across the paths. So our fire can get stuck.
Commonly do.
We commonly do. And so, okay.
And one thing that we got the development to do is to tie the walking trail to the trail
Exactly.
across the bridge to tie into Delaware.
Yeah.
So we're not going to have to, that's not gonna be on our dime, right? That's all
Not-
coming?
That's all, supposedly right now, yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
But what I wanted to explore was the potential of advocating at the state level for funding on that project, especially given the safety considerations and the growth anticipated for this area. So I might end up following up with our state representatives on that to see what we can do to move that forward vis-a-vis the Delaware County Township Association Legislative Committee. Okay, any additional updates for Rex?
Got a couple of updates. The CSX redid several of the crossings down through there, made that a lot better. The Cheshire Road crossing was not updated. Cheshire Road is pretty bad, and they've got plans back when, who knows? It's up to the railroad and that sort of thing. But that's just the CSX side, that's not the Norfolk and Southern.
I think they, Ron, if I may, I think they skipped that one because of the Peach Blow and Pie roundabout construction that was going on. They skipped a couple of those because of that closure.
Well, if they had closed, it would have been no way.
Well, if they'd have closed Peach Blow, the railroad crossing in Peach Blow, there's several houses we would not have been able to access.
Basically had to go to 36, 37.
We wouldn't have been able to get
across the
there,
tracks.
yeah. No, there's houses we couldn't have gotten to. I'm glad.
Yeah, I mean, not that the railroads are obliged to contact the townships, but we have no control over. I think I was notified we were notified 4 days or something in
It
advance.
wasn't long.
Posted as soon as we could, but, just like the residents, we understand the frustration. It'd be great if you could plan every other one and then come back and do every other one, but, that's not how.
Thankfully, they were smart enough to not close, all of those at the same time with especially with Peach Blow and Pie, for our purposes anyway.
Yeah.
With Peach Blow and Pie being closed.
Do it. Anything else?
And we also received a letter from one of the residents that was complaining about the tracks being blocked. And I think it was Peach Blow that they were talking about, it was blocked for basically 8 hours, thereabouts. And
By a train?
by train.
Yeah, I was aware.
And I was talking with an administrator, and the sheriff and the township, and nobody has any pull with the railroad except the PUCO. And the PUCO does have a phone number that you can call and let them know about it. What the problem is there's not very many people on the train, like an engineer, and to break it apart, just gotta get on the train, walk back, break it apart, walk back to the engine, pull it up, and then when he goes to put it back together, he's gotta go back and do it again.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're looking at a mile or two, that's a lot of walking, and a lot of times that the engine has nobody on it, right? That sort of thing. We'll see what we can do. Basically, the railroad has free run on that, but they do listen to the PUCO, and they will send people out to break the train apart.
Administrator Myers, could we potentially put, something related to, railroad contact, PUCO on the website?
Yeah.
And say, got an inquiry about the railroad tracks, and then maybe a little blurb explaining like townships can do nothing with the
Right.
railroad track. But maybe you can, if you want to call this, if you have an issue that wants to be that should be addressed. I mean, we've sent letters in the past to emails that we've received and never gotten a response. So,
Well, I tried to call railroad. There's local numbers there, but they're all gone now. So they sent me to DC. I might as well have been calling Pete Buttigieg at that point. You know, I mean, no one's answering my phone calls. So.
Okay, thank you. Anything else, Trustee Bullard, on roads?
No, I think that's it. If there's any questions, you
Okay.
know.
All right, moving on to fire. We have a robust monthly report.
Well,
thanks
it's 2 months. So.
Thanks to the chief. Any highlight reels?
I'll just quickly give you a 30,000-foot view. For the months of June and July, we took a total of 124 runs, several structure fires, some water rescues, the normal summertime gamut of different things. So you guys have seen those numbers from the report. We did about 19 various training sessions, totaling 178 hours of training for our folks over the 2 months. And then the fire inspector, he was out doing his thing. We've had a lot of community risk reduction things going on. The touch a truck happened. We did have about 5,000 or 6,000, between 6,000 and 7,000 people is what's estimated. I don't know how you get an accurate count. They have they throw a drone in the air and take a picture, and they start estimating parking spaces and cars, and they come up with that number. I would say it's probably fairly accurate. There was a lot of people there. It was a beautiful day for it. Highlight of the touch a truck for us was our brand new fire truck was there. We were able to get it from the manufacturer. It was there, so the truck is done, mostly. We had it for about a week, and then we sent it out to a company called FMI out in Springfield, and they're going to do the cabinetry, all the compartments and shelves and trays and pull-out boards and all kinds of different things to it. They'll have it till probably mid-ish September. And then we'll get it here and we'll start training on it and things. I'm hoping to have a big, huge ceremony at our open house on the 18th to put it in service.
Of October.
Yeah, of October, yes. So that's my hope. By then we'll be ready to go. So it's a process. We've waited 4 years for it. I'm impatient. You guys are impatient. The township's been patient, but it's $1 million investment. It was a $915,000 investment by the community. So we're excited to have it and whatnot. So
I thought he was going to say the highlight was the new administrator with the touch truck.
well, the new administrator was there, and so yes, it was a highlight. So I'm sorry.
Chief, and I think of important note, the prices have skyrocketed.
Oh, absolutely.
Since we did this, we ordered 4 years ago. We did not see the price increase. No. Thankfully, we were able to lock in that price over 4 years ago. It was one of the first resolutions I did in the first term. And I'm just glad at least that we were able to lock in the price through good planning, so we couldn't control the COVID and all this stuff that caused the delays, but at least we can get a fire truck at a very good price.
To buy that truck today would be $1.2 to $1.3 million. So it was a significant I'd say savings, but when you're talking $1 million, I'm not sure we're talking about savings, but it's going to be a great investment for the community for the next 20, 25 years. It's going to serve us very well. We're excited about it. So so touch on that.
It's been about 8 years since we initially ordered it.
4 years since we actually ordered it.
Yeah.
I think you guys were talking about
planning and all that kind of stuff. I believe you're on here. It takes some time to build these things. They're custom from the ground up. So.
The initial purchase order was about 8 years ago, and then they said they wouldn't do it, and then we did it again.
Oh, okay.
So we're
round two.
Yeah, we're in round 2 on the purchase order. Yeah.
8 years span.
About 8 years ago.
Wow.
Our new light duty rescue is moving along nicely. The chassis has been delivered to the manufacturer. It's been painted, so it's ready to go. It should start production, I believe. He said later this week it'll hit the production line, so for the body and everything. So I'm anticipating that to be finished in October-ish. He hasn't given me a final date. They won't have a date until it hits production, but once it hits the line, it won't take very long. There's no pump, there's no tank, there's nothing. It's basically a toolbox truck for us. So that'll be coming here later this fall. And then we're out doing school inspections this week. So If you see the guys at the schools, that's why they're there. They're doing school inspections and walkthroughs because, as we know, school starts next week, so be aware of that. There'll be school buses moving around the community, drive safely, all that kind of good stuff, watch for walkers and all those types of things. And we do have 4 home football games this year, and they're all huge, so we're kind of ramping up for that as well on the prevention side and the readiness side. They're playing all 3 other Olentangy schools and Thomas Worthington at home. So those are going to be very, very big games. So I would say avoid that area on Friday night if you're not going to the football game, because it's going to be very busy. I do have a number of requests this evening if you want to start with those.
I can. Did you have something else, or
I was
either trustee?
just gonna say the football games, the parking goes, the neighborhoods.
Yes, it's going to be crazy this year because of the magnitude of the games that we do have. They're all 3. There's only 4 home games. All 3 other Olentangy schools. So Orange, Olentangy, and Liberty, and then Thomas Worthington is the homecoming game. So it's going to be very, very busy around the schools on Friday nights. Those particular Friday nights. So I would just avoid the area on those Friday nights.
Okay, thank you. With that said, we do have a number of resolutions for the hiring of part-time firefighters. Move to approve resolution 26-194, a resolution authorizing the hiring of part-time firefighter Broderick Mothersbaugh at the rate of $17.08 per hour with the effective date upon successful completion of the medical physical exam.
Second.
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee Bullard. Discussion. Please call roll.
Trustee Bullard?
Yes.
Trustee Sutton?
Yes.
Trustee Rayo?
Yes. Move to approve resolution 26-195, a resolution authorizing the hiring of part-time firefighter Cody Redding at a rate of $17.08 per hour with the effective date upon successful completion of the medical physical examination.
Second.
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee Bullard. Discussion. Please call roll.
Trustee Sutton?
Yes.
Trustee Rayo?
Yes.
Trustee Bullard?
Yes.
Move to approve resolution 26-196, the resolution authorizing the hiring of part-time firefighter Jared Fee in the amount of $17.08 with the effective date upon successful completion of the medical examination.
Second.
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee Bullard. Discussion. Please call roll.
Trustee Rayo?
Yes.
Trustee Bullard?
Yes.
Trustee Sutton?
Yes.
Move to approve resolution 26-197, the resolution authorizing the hiring of part-time firefighter Morgan Murray at a rate of $17.08 per hour with the effective date upon successful completion of the medical physical examination.
Second.
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee Bullard. Discussion. Did you have anything to add for the hiring, either chief or HR?
Do you want to jump to my hirings?
No, just for these.
Oh, no, it was,
No, we had 14 candidates, and these were the top 4 scorers. So
Excellent.
I have a nice list for future hirings if we need them.
That's great to hear. Further discussion. Please call roll.
Trustee Bullard?
Yes.
Trustee Sutton?
Yes.
Trustee Rayo?
Yes. Okay, moving to the PO request for the boat.
Yeah, so that's not a PO request, that's an authorization. It was a PO request when I turned my,
Oh, that's okay.
but there's a resolution in front of you to authorize me to advertise for bids for the purchase of a new water rescue boat. We have to do, the company we're looking at is on, it's kind of a long, complicated story, we just need to take it to bid.
Okay,
In the
so
interest
we're
of
approving
time.
the bid.
Yes, you're approving me to advertise for bids.
Got it. And this is resolution 198?
Yep.
Move to approve resolution 26-198, a resolution authorizing the fire chief to prepare specifications and advertise for competitive bid for the purchase of a new water rescue boat and related equipment.
Second.
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee Bullard. Discussion. And this is just to authorize the bid. It's not authorizing the payment or
No, we're
selection
not,
of any.
we're gonna advertise for bids.
Further discussion.
Yes, the current boat that we have, we purchased it up near the lake. And the reason we purchased it from up there is they were used to working with townships and that sort of stuff. And they deal a lot with boats, with Lake Erie and all the other stuff along there. Around here, you don't have very much boat.
This company is located actually in New York, so it's a purpose-built boat. A current boat, while it works, is not a purpose-built water rescue boat. It is a Carolina skiff, and it's been modified, and it's starting to really show its age. In fact, we just had it over at Paul's Marine last week to get the helm welded again, because the weight of some of the equipment on the roof of the helm is causing it to some of the welds to break. So it's definitely time to replace it.
Sure, I'm not questioning that. I'm just saying that the boat people up there are a little bit more familiar with dealing with state bid and that sort of stuff than people around here.
That makes sense, and we're one of the, primary resources for boat rescues at Allen Creek. So this, I think you guys have done a creative job for a long time, making the most of what you've been provided, and I think we need to get an assessment now of where we're at, given the amount of rescues we perform, and...
It's been busy this year, that's for sure. We've had probably 10 or 12 water rescues on that lake this year so far, and we're really halfway through the season at this point.
Yeah. So. Further discussion? Please call roll.
Trustee Sutton?
Yes.
Trustee Rail?
Yes.
Trustee Bullard?
Yes.
Gee, can you send me that resolution? Yeah. Oh,
She's got a copy of it.
perfect.
With the number.
I didn't have it in the packet, so.
I didn't see it on there, it was just.
No.
Thank
Me
you.
and ChatGPT became very good friends.
Okay.
Check that resolution.
Yeah.
Was
Exactly.
That was one of the goals of the year, right? Use AI more, so here we are.
that a goal?
That was a goal.
That was technology.
Well, AI, technology, same thing, right? Somebody's going to be building a data center because of it.
Okay, next item, obsolete fire hose.
Yep, so I have a resolution in your packet to declare surplus equipment of no value and declare it equipment surplus and of no value to the department and dispose of or be sold on Gov Deals. We do have a number of nozzles on there that I can sell on Gov Deals, but the hose is to be disposed of. It's out of NFPA spec, so it needs to be retired and done away with. So that list was in your packet.
The list is in the packet, is there a resolution or no?
I did not type a resolution
Okay.
for that. No.
I just
You guys
wanted to-
usually just use it off.
So we're gonna declare it as obsolete and post on Gov Deals,
Yeah, so declare obsolete
remove from
to be
inventory.
disposed of or sold on Gov Deals. So some of it will be sold on Gov Deals, some of it will be disposed of. That's why I ordered it that way.
Nozzles, I mean, they're not nozzles, but the end of the hose, we cut it off, it's probably scrap, but whatever.
We give it to the zoo. If you go walking around the Congo area, you'll find a lot of our fire hoses at the zoo.
Move to declare obsolete the fire hose noted in the fire chief's memo from August 10, 2026, with corresponding parts of the hose size of 2.5 inches and 3 inches, and the nozzles identified therein, and dispose or sell on Gov Deals.
Second.
Moved by the chair, seconded by Trustee Bullard. Discussion. So for the fiscal officer, can you just have like a little resolution moving forward, and we can just attach that resolution, that way we don't have to use your memo as it. It still works fine, but just a little cleaner.
I have one you can use, I'll send it to you.
Send it away.
Great.
Fill in the blanks.
And the new hose is all in place?
Yep, all the new hoses here. Actually, it's being tested tomorrow or Wednesday. I'm not sure which day. It was supposed to be tomorrow, but they called me today earlier and said, hey, we may have to push back because of the rain. So and all the new hoses will be, all the fire hoses will be tested here in the next week.
Great.
Yep.
We aren't getting in a situation where we don't have hose, are we?
No, we have plenty of fire
If
hoses.
we declare this as obsolete, the new hose is not tested yet.
It's all tested. It all comes factory tested. We acceptance tested it. We have to do annual testing on our fire hose.
So that's what
It's
it is.
all fine. All our fire hose is in good shape.
Okay.
We have no shortage of fire hose.
Thanks for the
Gotcha.
clarifying question, Trustee Bullard. Okay, very good. Further discussion? Please call roll.
Trustee Rail?
Yes.
Trustee Sutton?
Yes.
Trustee Bullard?
Yes.
Okay, potential fire station location, is that mine? Is that
I had it on here. You have it on here, so it's kind of both of us. I had it on.
I'll give a quick update.
Okay, fire away.
So there was an assessment, both the fire chief, the fire and the board has had some considerable discussions, and there's been some opportunities working with potential future developments on the other side of the tracks, as we're calling it, for improving accessibility. But there's also a number of data points that have been included in your packet here this evening related to the need for a second fire station. So what I think we want to do as a next step is we want to get everyone together to discuss this a little bit further. Administrator Myers, I was hoping you could pull maybe a representative from the board. I'm the fire liaison, so I'm happy to do it, but if somebody else would like to be a part of that discussion, we can appoint one of you as well to engage in these discussions as a representative for the board in working through some of these proposals. The question would be, do we need to purchase new land in the near or far future for a second station? Do we need a second station? If we need a second station, or if we want to do other township business with land, what can we do? Because we're bursting at the seams from an administrative building perspective, as you all know. We don't have sufficient storage for our roads, crews, equipment, let alone for our staff. So I think we need to have more further discussion before we come back to the board on this. But if you gentlemen have anything that you want to make certain is incorporated to those discussions in advance, please let us know now. And then Fire Chief can add a summary to that comment.
And if you have questions on the data that was presented, questions on the mapping that was presented in your packets, swing by the station. Chief Majors and I will be happy to talk to you about it, go over them with you, show you what because some of them can be hard to read with all the different colors on them. There's a lot of information buried in one map, so if you have questions on any of that stuff, just swing by the station. Chief Major and I'll be happy to have some conversations and discussions with you about what all that means and what we're thinking. So. And
I heard a conversation on the television, which means it's got to be accurate. And,
right, it's like on the internet.
Especially in the middle of this political situation that we're in right now, or all that sort of stuff, where they were talking about a developer that had some land, had it improved and all that sort of stuff. They couldn't build it because the school system was not able to build a new school. Couldn't afford that. So the legislature was looking at maybe revising the law to make it so that the school or the property goes from one school district to the other based on the annex of what's going on.
Yes.
And that may have a dramatic impact on annexations. So that's something else to keep in the conversation about fire stations and that sort of stuff. So we want to make sure that we got that there as well. Mm-hmm. And it's not so much that the schools are going to affect the fire thing, but it could affect the annexation position.
Yeah, SB 173, Senate Bill 173 introduced to the House. It is limited to mega projects, mm-hmm. which in our case would be something like an Evans Farms, something like what we might see in the business park up in the northern end. And it would propose that just like the cities are annexing our area, and they should be taking all of our roads and maintaining them, and all of our services and maintaining them, they should also take the school boundaries with them. We have slated that as an agenda item for the Delaware County Township Association to discuss further. If we get support from the majority, I think it's super majority of the DCTA, Delaware County Township Association, we will be writing a letter of support for that bill and requesting that Representative Brenner right now, but it probably won't take place till after the election, which would be in November. Whoever is representing our area in Berlin Township at that point in time, we do plan on reaching out to provide support and plan on asking the Ohio Township Association to also support that bill or some variation of that bill. I think it's a really very important one that would have a dramatic impact on annexation, especially out here.
It could have a tremendous impact on it, and they make annexation not as frequent as it has been in the past. Because of moving land from Olentangy to Delaware City would take the value down.
It would disincentivize
right.
housing developments in some arenas.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Good.
Good. Thank you for that comment.
Yeah, so we'll keep those discussions.
So what we'll do is, because the packet was great, if you gentlemen could review that, follow up with the fire chief individually, of course. And then what we'll do is, once we all have the chance to connect and get a better sense, we'll bring back a summary to the trustee meeting and provide that summary and get a better consensus from the board at that time. Okay, next item is the collective bargaining agreement. I had this on here. Did
Sure.
you?
I did not.
Okay.
That was a surprise.
No, it was just to button up everything. We have successfully concluded negotiations. I believe all parties have signed it. I wanted to ensure that we had a date time stamped agreement contract that would be provided through our representation, typically Riepenhoff, and that it was posted for the public's view on the website, as well as the summary of the changes in the contractual negotiation. I think it's very important to be transparent about this process because the voters are the ones who vote on these levies, and the fire is, significant chunk of change comes to firefighter salaries. Okay, anything else?
Did we update the information on the chart from Rippenhoff or on the website?
The contract's
The
on the
summary,
website,
yeah,
the
the
summary is
summary.
not, I have it. I was waiting for what you just said, that you wanted
Okay.
it out there, so.
Yeah, we've historically put it out there. I believe you asked for edits. I didn't have any. I don't know if either of you had any edits for the summary. Okay, Sally forth then.
What?
Okay, great. And then that will conclude our collective bargaining agreement until 2029?
Yes.
Very good. Appreciate all the work.
I have one last thing.
Yes.
I have a resolution in front of you to approve the purchase of our annual trick-or-treat Halloween candy. Because it's a consumable item, I bring it before the board. The resolution is not to exceed $500.
And that is part of the consent agenda?
And this would be a separate resolution.
Do you want that to be a separate resolution?
At this point, yeah, because it's not submitted.
Okay.
Because you already provided the consent agenda.
This became a thing a couple of years ago, so I've always just presented it to the board.
Oh, no, the resolution doesn't include the name of the township or the county.
ChatGPT must.
No, ChatGPT failed me.
So, what we'll do is, what resolution number are we
I can
on?
send it.
Just kidding.
199?
199, 200.
200. Move to approve resolution number 26-200, resolution authorizing fire chief to purchase Halloween candy for community outreach and public consumption in the amount of $500, with noted there in the resolution, the inclusion of Berlin Township and Delaware County. Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee Bullard. Discussion. Candy is expensive.
It is.
Even
We've actually cut
even
back.
candy corn
We
is
spent way
expensive.
too much on candy last year. We've cut back this year. I told our fire prevention. We go to all the trunk or treats at the schools. We go to all these different events at churches and neighborhoods and all these things. I said, we're not giving candy away to all this stuff. We're seeing kids 4 or 5 times. We're giving candy away on Halloween and at our open house. That's it. We'll do other fire prevention goodies at the other.
Well, if we have a bunch of kids in the next public meeting, now we know why.
You know why? Well, you're gonna have government kids here pretty soon, but they're a little old for the candy.
There's sugar-free candy or?
We will probably purchase some sugar-free stuff and some alternative, make sure there's no nuts in it kind of things. And we'll have alternatives for those that need the alternatives, yes. We normally do.
Further discussion, please call roll.
Trustee Bullard?
Yes.
Trustee Sutton?
Yes.
Trustee Rail?
Yes.
And just one final thing, just as a reminder, October 18th, Sunday will be our open house. So start planning now. Your board of trustees will be cooking hot dogs and serving hot dogs.
I've been meaning to bring that up to the board, not to digress us too far. We don't need a history of who purchases the hot dogs, but historically, one board member has done the purchasing every single year. I don't know where we're at with that cycle. I think
I bought last year.
I think you bought last year, I think I bought the year before, which may end up by that nature of elimination.
I think Dawn knew exactly where that was going.
That said, we are growing and we are a lot bigger at these open houses, and I think we probably need to absorb that, probably can absorb that into our standard budget moving forward. Not that I want to let you off the hook, but what do you gentlemen think about absorbing that into the budget? Could we do that, fiscal officer, or should we wait till next year?
No, we can do it.
Okay.
We can.
It comes out of the trustees' budget, not the fire budget.
Fire, whose open house is it?
It's, well, hey, I never said you had to come cook hot dogs. You show up, but you don't have to cook hot dogs.
Okay, so, if you all are amenable, I probably will appropriate, like 500, I think we spent $150 to $200 each year, but we ran out of hot dogs the last 2 years.
Yeah. Our open house has gotten a little busier. It's been a bigger event. With that coloring contest we do with the schools, we get a lot of people in from the schools.
So $300 you think is sufficient? Trustee Boyd, trustee said. $300 appropriating for hot dogs purchase.
Which budget will be coming out?
Which budget?
It's just gonna come out of operating supplies.
Operating supplies.
Good.
We can either take it out of general or fire.
I believe that we have great difficulty in spending general fund money on that. I think that's a request for reimbursement. I don't believe that we're allowed to do that because for general fund money, for the money that's we appropriated and the money that we passed on the levies for the fire department, that's fine. But general fund money, I don't think we have the ability to do that. I don't think we have any other levies.
Oh goodness, I think I can afford $300.
So up until right now, we've always just paid for our pocket.
Well, I think fire has graciously volunteered to allow it to come from their budget, so I think that would be.
If that'll work, that's fine. I'm okay with it as long as the legal folks agree that what we're doing is okay. I don't have a problem with it.
Fiscal officer, do you want to just check and confirm and we can appropriate the $300 pending legal counsel approval? It would come from the same fund that the Halloween candy would come from, right? I think you're right in that it's just consumable food product or something like this, but I think we can do it through fire.
What it was the legislature had a problem with some of the trustees would buy pizzas and everything else trying to get people to come to the meeting, and so they made it so that we couldn't buy anything if it was general fund money. And so that was just.
And I'm in favor of ensuring transparency and accountability and, disposable and consumable products, So, move to appropriate $300 for the purposes of purchasing hot dogs to be appropriated to the respective fire fund. Same account that Halloween candy comes from, pending legal counsel review and approval.
I'll second that.
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee Bullard. We'll get confirmation, and if legal approves it, we'll move forward with that. Appreciate fire taking that endeavor on, and appreciate you guys working to resolve that, and appreciate your willingness so you can be the primary barbecue master.
You'll be the chef of the day.
The chef for the day.
We'll have plenty of fire extinguishers.
Further discussion. Further discussion. And you are moving us inside this.
Absolutely.
So we'll be
if you
part
guys
of the
are hanging
action.
out outside in the rain or whatever. Hopefully it's a beautiful day because
It was beautiful.
we're gonna make it rain, but it's gonna be tank water, and we're gonna do some cool stuff with the new fire truck. So
Great.
stuff you've never seen before.
That is amazing.
Lots of tradition and pomp and circumstance gonna happen. So.
I cannot wait. That's exciting.
Mind blown, right? Yep.
Further discussion.
Bagpipers and there you go.
Further discussion. Please call roll.
Trustee Sutton?
Yes.
Trustee Rail?
Yes.
Trustee Bullard? I just looked at Amy.
You've been promoted.
Okay.
No, thank you.
Okay, anything else for fire?
That's all I have tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chief. Fiscal officer items.
Okay.
POs.
Yep, so in front of you, you have the consent agenda. It's on the long paper.
I just
We have
passed
just a
it.
couple of minor account account changes to it, so just looking for approval to.
Can you clarify the account changes?
Yes, the BWC one changed from a purchase order just a blanket to cover BWC. And we moved, the fuel blanket, from just that one account to multiple accounts, because we don't have enough in just permissive motor vehicle appropriated to, pay for, you guys are spending a lot of money on fuel.
Yeah.
Gas is expensive right now. We're definitely, running over budget right now.
Okay, pending those changes to the consent agenda, move to approve resolution 26-201
Yes.
201.
in the matter of appropriating purchase orders, then and now certificates and blankets.
Second.
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee Bullard. Discussion. And the final product of this will indicate those changes provided by the fiscal officer.
Is that a note based on what's
No.
from, what's in there?
Further discussion. Please call roll.
Trustee Rail,
Yes.
Trustee Bullard,
Yes.
Trustee Sutton.
Yes.
Okay, next item, the payment list, which is being fresh off the press here.
Yes, Paula's been busy.
Wow, yes. How many pages?
Well,
Whoa.
this is since the last time we had you guys.
Oh, yeah, this
was
is 2 months.
So that's why this is payment listing from June 8th to.
It's almost like it, too.
I know, it's a lot of payments. So we have spent, the biggie is the fire truck. So we had to pay for the fire truck. So total spend across the last 2 months is $1.6 million. Of that, 900 plus was the fire truck.
Okay, on page 1, $53,662.
Payroll. Anytime you see Blue
Oh, yeah.
Township, that's
Yep,
payroll.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And we've got, health insurance running around, $25,000 to $30,000 a month.
Benefits at 22. But why does that payroll seem so much higher than usual?
That one had all that, is that the one that had all the overtime on it?
And that's like almost 2 times as much.
No,
Right.
no, you're probably looking at the monthly.
Yeah,
The monthly payroll also.
Oh,
So-
got it, yeah.
Yeah, like the 612 payroll is 51, the 629 payroll is 53, so they
Yeah,
run.
that's my
The
error.
lower payroll is the monthly payroll.
We'll see a bump up for July with the CBA changes.
What?
The contract changes.
Yeah, contract changes.
Yeah, so you see that July 17th payroll went up to $58,000. Okay? So OP&F, we'll start to see OP&F go up too because of the change in payroll. So, let's see, anything else major? So we had that, we had Alco, our mowing expenses, and then Ron. I couldn't find a resolution, but I'm sure it's somewhere, where you authorized additional mowing at Evergreen. That's costing us some money. We're gonna probably in the next couple months be talking about the cemetery fund, and it will probably be wiped out in another 2 years at the rate of spend right now. So, it'll all move to general at that point.
I know that we had a conversation about it as
Yeah.
a board. I don't, did we pass a
I couldn't
resolution?
find one,
Or
but-
was it just part because the way the contract stated it was evergreen, so it didn't.
I couldn't find a resolution for it, but we're gonna start to feel we have to, that's one of the things that was on the consent, just kind of moving some stuff around for, paying some of those bills. So I know Pat is actually going out, with Alco to kind of, shadow them in the next week or two to kind of see,
I want to see what we're getting for the money.
yeah.
Might be cheaper to buy a mower than we whack.
I would appreciate if we could go to bid on this. I think that we ended up with the company that we did because Pony could not, or so, I think it was by happenstance that we ended up as opposed to intentionality. So if there is a bid that we can do, I know the county also, this has come up across the county because they have changed their lawnmower company who they use. And as you can see from the county roads, they have not been well maintained at the township level. So they may have somebody that would be good that we could join with. And we're talking also with the county about potentially if the township mows a county road, can we charge the county the cost? Because they're just not getting to this mowing fast enough.
We can't mow a county road by law.
Well, we can contract, apparently,
Shared service.
as I understand, in Troy, they contracted
Okay,
with the
contract.
county at some point, shared service,
Okay.
to mow up in Troy, so the county didn't have to do it, and then the township would charge it
Bill
to bill them to the
Okay.
county. I don't know, honestly, I don't know if it's legal anymore, Pat, but if we can, we'll look into that, and
Yes.
if that's the case, then maybe we can do something at the county level to address county roads in the township too.
We just signed that agreement with the townships where we can do shared service from townships. From townships.
From township to township.
And I don't know if the county was included on that or not.
No.
My question would be, do we, and I want to do an analysis for the trustees, is do we contract the cemeteries, but all the other common areas, do we buy a mower? It costs us $18,000 or whatever, and our guys do the common areas during the summer.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah, I mean, that would be a question for roads
Bob and I
and
talked about it
facilities.
briefly, does it
and
make
you.
sense for us to do the common? I don't want to do it in the cemeteries, and I say that out loud because I come from a place with cemeteries, and cemeteries are awful to cut. The time it
And if
takes,
they hit a headstone and
the
all
time
that
is,
stuff.
it would take 2 or 3 guys all day, right? Can't do that. But can I contract those two and have them out doing the common areas and stuff with the mower we own? You know, so I think it's worth looking at.
Yeah, I think so too, and chat with the roads liaison on that and bring forward a proposal. I think all of that. What I'm hearing the fiscal officer say is it's pricey and we're unclear about the return on investment. Okay, so thank you if you can bring that. And we are kind of getting towards the end of mowing season,
Yes.
so maybe it's for next year too.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And I got an input for the cemetery folks and the road is, we're in August, and August and September typically are dry months.
Right.
Regardless of today, the grass was growing.
Yep.
And we don't need to mow when the grass hasn't grown. So, and, our agreement with the contract allows us to not mow if we don't need it.
Okay.
Okay. They'll come and mow.
Oh, they'll come if you don't tell them not to, for sure. Yeah.
So, I'm more than happy, pleased to drop out of mowing, once a week,
Okay.
as it makes sense.
Okay.
We don't need to just run over it because it's part of the contract.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Okay?
Fiscal officer, did you have anything else for this pay list?
No, the other thing was the Rosenthal, I think that wasn't it you, chief, or was that you, Bob? A truck, that was chief, yeah, he had another, a truck that was $72,000, so.
Yeah.
So of the 1.6 million, $1 million of it was fired.
What was the 72K?
Rosen,
Oh, that was the chassis for the new rescue truck.
Oh, the chassis.
Yep.
Okay.
We received a prepayment
I thought, for some
discount.
reason, I thought you said
So the chassis arrived,
Yep.
we paid the chassis and got a $3,000 discount.
And this is great for the budget commission.
yeah, I mean, we paid the truck, it never got, well, you guys approved the PO for that, this year.
Yeah.
It was never, encumbered like it should have been, and that would have, answered a lot of questions. Now, when you look at the financials, you'll see the fire capital account, took a big deduction, because that's where we paid that truck out of, was the fire capital.
And so, did we get anything back from the budget commission on that?
Not on that, we've got a late item today, we just got the certificate of resources to approve, but we haven't gotten the Schedule A or heard if we need to go in front of the budget commission. I think, based on the numbers, I think I sent you guys the numbers.
Yep, you did.
Yeah, I think we're gonna be okay, so.
They look good to me.
I think
The
we also
challenge
need
is
to
that you
have
want to be fiscally responsible and have savings, and then you get dinged if you save too much.
Yeah, I mean, the challenge is, right now, I should have gotten our disbursement this month. I'm probably not gonna get my disbursement till September, October.
Right.
So we have to stretch that money further right now.
Right.
So, and for them to say, well, you can't have,
X amount of dollars in your
Exactly.
savings.
Exactly. So we're gonna, that could be a discussion with the commission, but, we have to be able to meet our bills when they're late because of something that's outside their control.
Exactly.
Okay?
Yeah.
So, moving on to credit card charges, You have a copy of the statement in front of you, closing date or summary of charges. Oops, you don't have it, but it's coming in front of you. Closing date is, this is through June 26th. Total credit card charges were $5,339.60. We are going to be getting a refund of $467.55, so the bill was actually $800, but they hadn't posted the refund yet. The big thing there, fuel at $923, which is why we're doing the blanket, because we are spending a lot of fuel. And same with fire, their fuel was $623. So fuel is not cheap. And then even, well, so we were $50 in fuel. But yeah, so that's what we have there. Any questions on credit card charges?
No questions for me. Any questions from the board? Thank you.
Okay, then June and July financials. Hopefully you saw the emails.
Yes.
I'm not sure if you guys like the new format.
I love it.
Good.
I love it.
How about Ron? Good. Okay, just a
The
quick
format
little
for the
summary.
budget, for the financial reports came. So you're not including them in the packet?
They're in they're in my pack. I had emailed them, so, and I hadn't talked to Pat about, I used to put them aside for the packet, so that's my bad.
Oh, no
I
problem.
can print it out if you guys want.
No, I just more wanna confirm the coordination of that moving forward. So if you wanna print them separately, and then we know we have two packets, and one's the fiscal packet, and
Perfect.
one's the,
That's
that
fine.
way you have until the day of the meeting, in case you have to get any.
To do more
deadlines.
bills? Yeah.
And we will not have a 98-page packet going forward. I guarantee you that.
I wasn't gonna make a comment. I was glad for it being thorough,
I understand.
and I read it all.
I know, I'm sure you do.
So the big, month over month changes. Now these are just the big four funds. Understand that we took $900,000 from the capital account. It's not depicted here. But just overall, between the two, from basically May 31st to July 31st, general went down a total of $130,000. Fire, without the fire truck, went down about $520,000. Cemetery came down about $5,000, or about $5,500, and zoning had a net decrease of about $51,000.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Once again, we haven't had that revenue yet from the county, so no, really, all we have is expenses right now with a little revenue.
Is the auditor or treasurer?
Both. The treasurer couldn't put out their bills,
Mm-hmm.
send out the property tax statements because they were waiting on something at the state level.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what delayed everything.
Well, I believe our treasurer lives in this township, so.
Yeah. Yep. And that's all I got.
Okay.
I do have a late item, like I said, but we'll get to that.
Okay, that sounds good. Anything else for fiscal then? Nothing? Okay. Administrator items,
Sure.
missing updates.
Yeah, I just put miscellaneous because everyone's here giving updates. But let me start with cemetery. We didn't talk a lot about cemetery.
Mhm.
In September, we're going to have a full report for you. We're going to want to look at the ScanWorks projects of those files. We got that kind of solid. We want to look at the software project as well. And then also, the grant has been submitted as of July 27th. It's been submitted. I believe we had a really good chance of getting it. We have a great project for that, lifting those stones in Evergreen. Jackie's been working on that. I do have a late item for cemetery. We can get that to that.
Mm-hmm.
It's a simple one. So I'll have all that for you kind of wrapped up with a bow on it in the next meeting. So I'm 8 weeks in. I think, these first several weeks I spent a lot of time getting to know staff, spent a lot of time with staff and getting familiar with each other and getting the cadence of our weekly reports going. I think I hope you guys are seeing it. We're trying to be brief, be brilliant, and be gone, right? Just give you what's important.
Reports have been phenomenal. Thanks to all of you who are helping to consolidate. I feel more updated about this township than I ever have been on the high level, the things that we need to know. So you guys are doing a fantastic job. And those things are also, just so you know, they're available for the public to record too. And it's an account for you all as well, so if people want to know what's my tax dollars going to, well, every week, 50 plus items of significance are being contributed to. So I love the format. Do you gentlemen agree, or any feedback for anything you'd like different?
been very helpful. Appreciate your reports.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Everyone's digging into me by noon. We roll it all up and answer any questions. Everybody's been great about getting those to me so I can get them out to you guys. So having said that, I did have a little bit of discussion with Trustee Rail. I want to throw this out to the board for your consideration. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 or 5 other people here at this meeting. Typically, they would give you this big long monthly report, tell you what's going on. And if they don't have a purchase order or something for executive session or something, I'm pretty involved in what's going on a day-to-day basis. Amy's telling me what she's doing, and it's Jacob. So I'm not sure there's a need for all of them to be here every meeting. I think sometimes Amy would be here, maybe sometimes Jacob and Chief would be here. Chief probably more than anybody because he spends more money than anybody. But that's what
I run the biggest farm.
But I guess I'd throw that out to you, whether you guys feel that it's necessary for folks to be here the whole time. If I can give you a quick update on each department, it's up to you guys. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think we, when Pat brought this up, Administrator Myers brought this up, I mentioned that I think our board had discussed this before. And I think we said that as needed, so I think, zoning, you were new and you came and introduced yourself. I think we had collective bargaining agreements and HR items to address, and so, and roads as well. I think that makes a lot of sense to me, but I couldn't recall what our board's kind of consensus was on that. What are you guys thinking?
I think if they were here for important items, would be totally fine. I'd like to see them a few times a year here so that they continue to hear our business and can report on what they're doing.
I think I'm okay with Pat coming to the meeting and deciding who should come with him. Because he can look at the agenda, he knows what's on the agenda, all that sort of stuff. If something's going to be a lot of questions or it's very controversial, then have him come, because then you need the support. And you can make that kind of decision better than we can. I don't want it to be a dictate that, no, they don't have to be here.
No.
But
I agree.
It's your decision, I think.
So the Monday prior, not today, last Monday, as a group, as a team, we all met, talked about each department, what's going on the agenda, got all the agenda items together. And I think that's our opportunity as a team to decide who's going to be here and who's not.
Mm-hmm.
And we can let you know, hey, here's the agenda. By the way, Chief and Jacob are coming because they have these items, the rest won't be here. We can kind of let you know. So when I send you the packet, you're going to know who's coming, who's not. Maybe you raise your hand and say, you know what, maybe Amy can't come, so we might need her for something that I didn't know about or something. If that's okay with you guys.
Yeah.
We'll just do it that way. And I think staff would appreciate. I think, Jacob's going to have a lot going on with zoning, when we're hiring, Amy might want to be here, but in the meantime, it's my job to be involved, so I should be able to at least give a high level. I'm not the expert though, so if you want to talk about road millage or milling roads and stuff, I'm going to have Bob here,
Right, yeah.
When it comes to just overall department updates, I have no problem with that.
I think that makes a lot of sense.
Okay.
And if one of us have something that's a big deal, we can let you know and we can work with it.
Perfect.
Well, and I think also if you could give the board, at the same time, if you can, the updates. So maybe like when you send out the draft agenda and say, here's the draft agenda, anticipate so-and-so coming. What I could do, or whoever the chair is at the time, they could also jump in the agenda to, allow, you guys are all still here.
Put them first.
I haven't gotten to 2 of your items. But that way we can jump down to the item on the agenda so that you guys aren't staying here till. And we've been so much better at getting the meetings down and the efficiency of the meetings, but we've had midnight meetings, we've had 11 p.m. meetings, and that's just not, something that I think you guys would be thrilled about. So.
And then lastly, I did have an opportunity to attend ARB, BZA, and BZC meetings.
Good.
Meet as many as the members as I can. I reached out to all the members, let them know that I'm available for them. I was with Jacob when I met most of them, so I'm going to, again, take Jacob's lead. If he needs me at meetings, I'll go to those meetings. I won't go to all of them probably. If it's a BZA about a fence or something, I'm not sure, I value being there. But if it's something that he feels like he'd like to have my support, then I'll be there for those. So, but I've had a chance to meet quite a few of them and made the offer to them that they can reach out to me as well. So, so I'm happy to be here, first meeting, and that's all I've got, unless you have anything else for me right now. I know we got some more stuff later.
Does anybody have anything for the administrator?
Any updates on the storage building?
So, Swiss Barnes has decided that they're not gonna build that building for us. They quoted $82,000. I went back and said, not sure we can do that. And he finally raised his hands and said, look, we're so busy. This has been a year. We're not gonna do it. So I politely said, great, let us know when you'll send the deposit back. He politely said, it's non-refundable. But then he also followed up with Bob and I later and said, after further review, talking to my legal, what we'd like to do is send you an itemization of what we had to spend and restocking fees and so forth, and send the difference back to you. So I'm waiting on that invoice or list. So I was going to present that to you guys as soon as I received it. In the meantime, I've engaged Shockman Lumber, which is a company that Chris Paykoff gave me, and sending them information to have them quote what they may be able to do for us on it. They have some, really good deals with advertising, but based on what I want, or we want, I should say, what we want is, can they do it for that cost? So my thought process was on, if we can get it done for financially what we were going to get it done for before, less the money we've had to spend, and we move forward. If we have to do additional funds, then that would be a pleasure to the board.
The challenge, of course, is that previously we had to be at or under $75,000, or we'd have to bid. The amount went up to $79,000 this past year.
82 and change.
82 and change. Okay.
Like
Why did I think it was?
It's like an $8,000 increase.
Yeah. So before we have to go to bid. That said, I think with a project of this scale, we would probably want a couple estimates anyway. And if we can get somebody that can get it underneath the bid, so much the better.
Now I do have a legal opinion from Roche Johnson and Griggs that because we're not triggering prevailing wages, we will have to go by the $74,000. So if we can get a couple estimates that are 74.9 or whatever that bid process is, but because we're not, I can send you that.
Yeah.
I'll send it to you for review. But we're not even there yet. Let's get a couple estimates out there and see what we hear back. Maybe the building's 70 by 40.
Why did I think it was 79 this year? That it
It
went up
is.
this year.
Oh, 79. 79,483.
Okay.
That's right.
79,483. That's right.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
That is the
Apologize.
amount.
So we were only $3,000 or $4,000 over with the other. But I asked Jen Huber about it, and she wrote me an opinion saying, based on what their legal opinion is, because we're not triggering prevailing wages with this project, we don't have to bid it. But I'll send that, you can review it, and we'll worry about that after we get some estimates.
Well, and because, not all lawyers agree.
I know, exactly.
I think it would be really good if we could leverage that amount, that 79 amount,
Yes.
at requesting estimates and quotes.
Yeah. Well, the advertising that Shockman's doing is substantially lower than that. Now, the guy did say, well, it's based on what you actually want. And I said, well, what if I want what's in that picture, right? So they've been very nice, and he asked me to send some information. I did, and then Bob and I are having a Teams call with him next week to say, is this a project I want to take on? What do you need from us so you could actually give us a quote, an estimate, and we'll go from there.
Okay.
So let's try to work through it.
Any other questions
Long.
for administrator?
Long comment to say, ain't there we're still working on it.
Sorry.
No, this is great. Very helpful context. Thank you. Any other questions for the administrator? I think you've done an incredible job. You started the day after our last meeting, and really, really appreciate the multitude of ways you've just jumped in and gone with the flow. And I think it's been a testament to how smooth things have been running, that we have a good agenda, good preparation here for our meeting for consideration tonight. Thank you.
Couldn't these people leave that are done? Or?
Which is only Chief.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
I think actually you might be done.
Bob and Chief.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, anything else for administrator? Moving on to zoning. Zoning, we have the monthly report. Any updates you'd like to provide briefly, James?
Sure, yeah, thank you, trustees. So month of July, processed 55 permits, 18 of which were new homes. 2 of which were conditional use approvals that were heard by the BZA. We have 2 kind of active applications right now. The final development plans for Oak Park being heard tomorrow at the BZC meeting at 7 p.m. And the Cheshire Market property plan development being heard tomorrow as well at 5 p.m. with the ARB.
So they better be done in 2 hours?
Yep.
Okay.
Some other department updates. The zoning office vestibule was completed, as Bob mentioned, in early July. We currently have that door in there unlocked from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. where the residents can come in and
Excellent.
see
Yeah,
us.
I was gonna give you that update.
Excellent.
That's what we landed on, leave it open. There's always somebody here till 4:30, so we decided,
That's
let's just have it
perfect.
open 9 to 4. And then-
And I believe, are those the office hours that we have posted on the website anyway?
No,
What office hours do we
I
have?
think they're shorter, yeah, they're shorter
know.
hours.
I'm okay
We
with,
changed it.
I'm okay with keeping the
We
9.
changed it to 9 to 4.
You did,
Always.
okay.
On the office
Oh, look
hours.
at you.
Yeah, we changed it to 9 to 4. There's always somebody here, so we changed the office hours to 9 to 4.
Great,
And we thought staff has from 8 to 9 to kind of get going and doing their thing. And
absolutely.
then at 4 o'clock, they got that other half hour to wind the day down.
Yeah.
So
And what's our official hours?
9 to 4.
Yeah.
No.
Well, what he's referencing
Oh.
is we have referendum-specific hours of opening.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Where we could like receive any legal packages,
Gotcha.
and that we've reserved that historically in the organizational meeting as 10 to 12.
I got you. Okay.
So we've requested that there's always somebody there to receive any legal packages from 10 to 12.
Yeah, when I applied for this job, I saw 10 to 12. I thought, man, this is a great job.
No, that's just for the legal notification. So
Gotcha.
we really, no matter what, basically, we have to be open 10 to 12, 5 days a week, because the clock starts, as you know, for the referendum for 30 days out.
Yeah, right now we've got someone here from 7 to 4:30.
But that's great. And if we can be assured of that 9 to 4, that's phenomenal. And if we need to adjust, we can do that too, based on staffing need. But that sounds fantastic, right?
The 10 to 12 is a legal thing that we get into a lot of trouble if there is anybody here from 10 to 12. Because that's what's in our organizational minutes.
Yep.
And if somebody gets sick or there's an emergency or whatever, it doesn't matter. We still got to be open 10 to 12.
Yeah.
And if we make it 9 to 4, then we got to be open 9 to 4.
Yep.
If we're sick or not sick or whatever, we got to have people here.
Yep.
So that's the reason for the 10 to 12.
Yeah. Okay.
Is the 10 to 12 is the legal thing that we got to be here.
Yeah.
We can be open any hours, anytime, any place we want to, but 10 to 4 we got to cover.
Yep.
10 to 12, yeah, exactly. And that's great. But 9 to 4 is phenomenal.
Yep, that's-
Keeping those doors
that's fine.
open to the public is great.
It unlocks at 9, locks at 4.
Perfect. Do we have like a chair or something in there, or is there any place that somebody could sit down if they were waiting?
I didn't think about that. There isn't, but we can put one.
Not currently. Yeah.
Okay, and make sure it's, because I've been thinking about this, ADA accessible.
Right.
For people who have, I know we can get in with a wheelchair, but I wouldn't want the chair to occupy where the wheelchair would be, so just make certain there's space for a wheelchair and maybe a little spot for somebody with a bum leg to
Okay.
be able to sit down. And do we have a bell on there?
Not currently.
I'm not currently. You mean at the?
Yeah.
No, we don't.
Yeah.
I don't.
Do we want-
We can get one, but I mean, you got all three people in zoning would have to be out of the office at the same exact time because we got a new person that be coming on
Right.
to not see somebody there.
But
I
whatever
can't
you want, I'm
imagine.
just asking about whether.
Yeah.
I like it. Look, we should get a bill.
You do?
Yeah.
You like? Okay.
Just
Maybe I'll get one for my office.
Whatever you guys want, I was just asking, like, for the public.
Gotcha. That's not a bad
public
idea. We'll get a bill.
Okay. Vestibule that's great, and it looks great, and I hope it feels good for staff. Okay. That's all for updates.
Just wanted to highlight staffing. Cindy Whitaker started as our zoning secretary.
Yes.
She's been doing a great job. She's great with
Great.
the public. Helps keep the counter, the vestibule covered if I'm ever doing anything. We'll also have the zoning inspector. We got interviews, and a resolution will be coming forward with Amy and HR, and we're excited to get fully staffed with that. And then just a couple other short, we kind of rearranged the zoning website. It was just one long continuous page. We kind of organized that into tabs to make it easier to find certain information.
Great.
So feel free to take a look at that, and if you have any comments, let me know.
Yeah, absolutely. I will. I haven't noticed that. When we did the migration from the, we'll call it pre-internet webpage, that was I basically just transported everything on there. So I welcome any revisions to the website to make it more user friendly. Yeah.
Okay, so that's all I have for that.
Great. Thank you. Okay. Did you have anything to add for the monthly report?
Just thank Jacob for his work that he's been doing, I think. We did receive Philip's resignation and he left. I thank Philip for his time when he was here. I thank Jacob for stepping up and covering things in his departure. But I've sat in on a few meetings with Jacob, doing a fantastic job. I'm really glad we have him here. And look forward to seeing him continue to grow in his role as our zoning director.
Excellent. We accepted the resignation of Philip, or did we not? As a board? Did we accept the resignation?
No, because the meeting was on June 8th, it was after that.
Then we probably need to accept his resignation.
We didn't do it at a special meeting, did we? 7th?
No, because that was the 7th. And what did we do with the 7th?
I don't believe we have.
That was cybersecurity.
Perfect
Yeah.
timing because we haven't filled it yet. It all works
True,
out
it's not
well.
filled, right.
Let me, do you know what date was his last day? Anybody?
July 20th, wasn't it? No, that was when I came back.
17th, July 17th.
July 17th. Move to accept with regret the resignation of Philip Ambler as zoning inspector effective July 17th, 2026, and declare the position vacant.
Okay.
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee Bullard. Discussion. Please call roll.
Trustee Bullard,
Yes.
trustee Rail,
Yes.
trustee Sutton.
Yes.
Great. Okay, moving on to minor major determination. Is that me, or is that you?
Yeah, that's an item before you for 66 Hydes Road, and it's a proposal to relocate 2 monument signs. I included kind of a staff report in here. I can go over it if you'd like. We also have an agent for the applicant here that can propose, that can talk about the project as well.
Okay, are you the applicant?
Yes, I want to represent the owner.
Okay, great. Do you want to come to the lectern?
Sure.
Provide your name, an address, company address is fine, and give a little bit of a summary.
Sure. I'm Connie Klima, and my address is P.O. Box 991, Castle, Ohio. I'm the attorney for the owner of the property. This particular site was approved for a zoning, as Jacob's report has rather given the whole summary. I was here years ago when we got it approved. As it was being constructed then, there have been different issues that have come up with the locations of the signs, one being a gas line easement that was located along US 23. And the sign has not been put up yet. And the second sign on Heights Road, visibility, as it was approved in the original plan, is a problem. So we were trying to basically see if, it being a planned district, you can't just go in for a variance and say, can we choose, we have to go through this, where you determine if it's a minor or a major deviation. If it's a major deviation, then we move on to the planning commission, which we did one other time on a different aspect of the site. I agree with your report that the sign along US 23, I was hopeful that because it was approved at its height, 14 feet, that it would be permitted to remain that, but your report has pointed out that if we go to the 15-foot setback, it would have to be reduced to 8 feet to be a minor deviation, which we cannot live with because of the grade of that particular property. You will not be able to see the sign. So I understand that the sign along US 23, if you follow his report, would be a major deviation, and we would have to go on to the planning commission to hopefully get that approved. The sign along Hyatt's will not be made deviation, be minor. And we're fine with this condition that we bring in a plan showing specifically where it will be located. And that if it is, then we may have to place it in the electric easement and get a written approval from them for it being in their easement area.
Thank you, that's a great summary. So, just to be clear, you're asking for both in one request, though?
Well, we asked for both in one, hoping that the height of the second sign would not be considered a major deviation. But as he is saying, it is a major deviation. So I would like to have approval for the height sign as a minor deviation. And if your recommendation would then be to go to the planning commission for the major, however you do this.
Got a couple of comments.
Okay, great.
First comment is, one of these signs is going in a gas easement. We can't authorize them to put it into a gas easement. Again, they ask us, it's their problem to work with the gas company, because the gas company needs to do something to come along and tear it down. And we don't want to have anything to do with tearing it down or fixing it or doing any of that sort of stuff. So we can't say that it's okay to put it in the gas easement. They're the ones that have to agree that with the gas company or take the risk or do all that sort of stuff and leave the township out of that risk part of it.
If I could, I may not have explained it correctly. Where it was approved to be is in a gas line easement. So we're asking to be able to move it 15 feet from the road so it's not in the gas line easement. That's what the minor deviation is.
So it will end up not in the gas easement?
Correct.
Okay, understand.
Okay.
Well, and just to clarify, I mean, they're asking for the zoning aspect, the setback, which we can approve, the setback, but it has, because we do that all the time,
Sure.
but it has nothing to do with the easement. In general, we do that.
Right,
Yeah.
but we have no responsibility for it being there.
Correct. So the gas line or whomever, whatever easement, may still have objections, but from a zoning perspective, we would be determining whether or not the setback in our zoning resolution is in compliance.
Understand on that. And the second thing was, and by changing these distances, looks like one of them was cutting basically the distance from the road in half, but keeping the same height on the sign. Was there any concern on the height on the sign in doing that?
Yeah, so that's kind of where she mentioned the sign was originally approved at a 27-foot setback at a 14-foot height. Our zoning resolution says you can have a sign with a 15-foot setback, but you have to reduce that height to 8 feet for it to be in line with the zoning resolution.
Okay, but that's on the one sign. On the other sign, it was basically keeping the same height.
Yeah, it was the same height and same setback for the other sign.
You know, I must have read it wrong, because I read it as the setback was going basically in half.
From Hyatt's Road, the setback was being maintained at 22 feet. Maybe it's a little closer, but it still was in line with our zoning table as far as an 11.5-foot sign needs that 22-foot setback.
What this note says is from sign one, from 27 feet from 27 feet from US 23 right of way, 14-foot height to 15-foot, which is roughly half, from 23 right of way to a 14-foot height. So basically it's the same height, but going from 27 feet to 15 feet from the height.
That's the first sign. The second sign is the one that's maintaining the 22 feet as inviting. There's two different signs.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is it's going closer and keeping the same height.
Yeah, that's what I was explaining, that we understand that we can't have it be the same height. So we'll have to go on and have a major deviation from the planning commission on the first sign. Second sign, though, I believe you can approve.
Okay, when I looked at it, I was concerned about the height of the sign one.
Of sign one.
Sign one, not sign two. Sign two is going from 27 feet to 22 feet.
Yep.
It's going from 14 to 11.5 foot. The other one is going 27 to 15, but keeping 14 foot high on both locations.
I guess what I'm saying tonight is that we understand we can't ask for that first sign to go to 8 feet, so I'm asking that if we move on to the planning commission for a major deviation on that one, but we would ask your approval on the second sign that's basically a 1 height.
So we're gonna have to divide this up into 2 resolutions if we want to do this. Assuming we want to go with the second sign, sounds like you don't have a problem with that. Moving from 27 to 22, it's only distance, and then the height doesn't need altered because it still is within the parameters of uncertainty.
What my thought is I think this is a minor thing. That either we can do it tonight or however we want to do it, or we can turn it over to the zoning commission and let them straight it out. I don't understand the heights because I haven't looked at it that closely as far as the signs go.
Well, in my view, and I concur with what has been recommended, and sounds like the applicant is also saying, sign 1 is a deviation, and it would be a major deviation because it's not in compliance with our zoning resolution.
Correct.
So if that's the case, in general, nothing to do with what was proposed, but even if we're in favor of it, if you were asking for a variation, you should have to go back to the zoning to get that approved and come back here. But sign 2, not out of compliance with our zoning, not out of compliance with what was approved as the setback, and then the question becomes, does it substantively change the character of the initial preliminary plan, which it does not, because the look, the feel, you're not proposing LED lighting, there isn't something that is characteristically changing from what was preliminarily approved, such that it would constitute a major deviation, according to what determines, and that's what I think, Jacob, your report kind of conveys to that extent. But, so, this was proposed together, and I'm okay with the minor on the one and the major on the other, but you're saying you want it to go together, or you're fine with separating them out?
We can separate it however you want to do it, but that's my concern is the height and that sort of stuff on sign 1.
Yeah.
And the location. Sign 2 looks to me like it's pretty straightforward.
Okay, and then what do you think, Trustee Sutton? Did you have any
And
questions?
that's the way I read it.
That's the way I read it too. So I think we're on the same page.
Agree with that.
Okay. And the purpose of sign 2,
Sign 2 is the highest road sign, and sign 1 is the free sign.
why are you moving it closer?
And that's our only entry
Yeah.
on the site, so it's important for people to see.
With that being so close to 23 at turns, people aren't gonna see it anyhow, because they're
I'm
trying to
talking
figure
about
out what's going on.
Heights Road, yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Unless you got somebody in the car looking for it.
Sign 1, you're moving it from the 27-foot setback to the what?
22 feet.
Sign 1 is 15 foot setback.
Oh, I thought you said 2.
Sign 1 is a 15-foot setback,
Yes, correct.
but that's still compliant?
No, it's compliant, but it only if it's
With an 8 foot,
with 8 foot
8
high.
foot height.
That's why we're saying.
Okay, that's why, okay. I get it.
And that's the minimum, you can't go any closer than 15 feet.
Okay. All right, and what's your general, are you okay with sign 1 being a major and sign 2 being a minor? Did I say that right? Okay. All right, just thinking of how to best do this.
Okay, separating the 2.
That's what I was thinking about, but I think I can do it together because it's coming in as one application. And so we could, in the matter of the application number, and then declare sign 1 and identify that as exhibit. And then sign 2 and declare that and say it's a major. Do you think, is that okay if I do it all as one in the matter of this application?
We can do it all as one, either way.
It's just as long. It's long. Get ready for this long
Hey,
one.
talk slow.
Alright.
It's gonna be 203.
Sign 2. And do you know the BZC case on this, Jacob?
It's BZC 18-002. And I have it as deviation number 2. There was one deviation that already occurred.
And you have this as amendment. The application is amendment 17-01A1 on this.
That is, I believe that's citing the code section that, that's on.
Amendment to it. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So this case number is 18-002 deviation 2, and we're gonna.
Can I ask another question?
Yeah, sure. Getting this all.
The sign at Kia, how high is that one? Do you know?
I'm not, is that?
Because Kia's is basically the same thing. It's commercial, 123 there, all that sort of stuff. And I think we were pretty tight in holding them on the sign and the height of the sign, the placement of the sign, and that sort of stuff. I don't remember any divergences on that, let me put it that way. And they could have put their sign back farther and up higher and done all whatever they wanted. I just didn't want to do something drastically different than what we did for Kia or the other people along there.
Yeah, I would have to look at what their development plan was. Yeah, I'm not sure.
Maybe what we can do is for the major deviation, he can look that up and take that to BZC so that they have that information for determination. Because I agree with you, I'd like that consistency.
I want the consistency. If we do this here, we can do it everywhere. Because everybody's gonna want the same thing. So we need to be careful in what we do.
I agree.
That's what I'm trying to
Can I
say.
ask a question?
Yeah.
This brings a good point. First of all, if we go to do a major deviation with the planning commission, hopefully we would have a very specific type of hardship that I could apply to support it, maybe different from Kia or something else. But because your recommendation, number 1, states prior to issuance of zoning permit for sign 1, revised sign plan shall be submitted to the zoning department demonstrating compliance with Article 25, including a reduction in the sign height to a maximum of 8 feet. So that I don't give that up, can I ask that you actually approve his recommendation as stated?
No,
Okay.
but you can ask that of the BZC.
I mean, I guess what I'm saying is,
Yes.
if I say I agree to that, so it stays a minor deviation, the 8-foot height.
You're saying if you agree to the 8-foot height, we would determine the minor deviation.
Then there would be no split of the case tonight, but if my client would say,
Correct.
I'm not gonna go with that, if he goes with it, I got it. Approved.
Correct.
If not, then we'll come back to the BZ.
We haven't taken the vote, so I don't know, I can't guarantee how the board will vote, but based on the conversations that you heard,
Uh-huh.
it sounds like that would be a reasonable inference that, assuming that you were able to comply with the 8-foot height, it would be in compliance with our zoning code and likely be deemed a minor deviation. Can't guarantee that because we haven't voted.
But if you would approve that, and then my client would say, I still want to go for the major, I can then apply for the major on that.
No, it's one determination that we would make. So then you would have to come back in a month and then you
Ask
would,
again.
yes,
Okay.
sorry.
No, that's okay. Okay, but let me think real quick here.
Yeah.
Does that put me back or does it?
You would have to come back here because we would have determined that the 8-foot height as a
So it'd
minor.
be just another month added to the process. So let's go with the first plan.
Okay, so what you're recommending is that you, for sign 1 on Hyatt's, you would like to modify this amendment application, which all of this is gonna need to be modified in your final draft then.
What I'm asking
Moving
is
from 14 feet high to 8 feet high.
that we agree that it would be a major deviation, because we're not gonna go with that.
We won't agree to preconditions. So you can't say, we either will vote on 8 feet or 14 feet. We won't vote on, but if you go to 8 feet, then it will be, because we don't do if-thens for consideration.
Yeah, I understand. Okay, so I guess what I'm saying is, as the code reads, if the board of trustees chooses, basically, if the board finds that it's a major deviation, it has to go to the planning commission.
Correct.
So there's a vote to say, is this a major deviation or minor, is that the vote?
That's the vote.
Okay, gotcha.
And the vote is determined by whatever the height is that is submitted, which right now you have 14.
Okay, got it.
So if you want to modify your application here and now to 8 feet, then we can vote on that.
I'll go with it as it is.
Okay,
Let me give you my application, change it however you want to.
well, no, she doesn't
want
want to change it, but yes, if you want to change it, then we can, but if you don't want to change it, is what I'm hearing. So she wants to preserve the 14 feet. Good?
Thank you.
Okay. Any other points for clarification?
No, I enjoyed this process.
Good, so do we. All right. I think I'm ready. And sign 1 is on Hyatt's and sign 2 is,
Sign 1's on 23.
yep, that's why I double checked. I felt like I was writing it
I
backwards.
was just wondering why they switched.
My bad, because I switched it.
Okay. No problem.
Okay. What date was this application submitted? You see, for this application, these things need to be completed, the date and the BCC case number, just for future reference. It's more for you to check, but it's what the applicant submits. So we got 18-002, and then do we know when about it was submitted?
I can go check.
You could just say like late July or
It would have been late June.
late June, okay. It's just for the record for reference. All right, in the matter of case 18-001, known as Deviation 2, submitted late June by AAT LTD Properties, I hereby move to determine sign 1 located on 23 as a major deviation change to the proposal, and sign 2 on Hyatt's with the alteration of the setback and alteration of the height still in compliance with the zoning resolution to be deemed a minor variation. So moved.
Second.
Moved by the chair, seconded by
One
trustee Bullard.
18-002.
2, not 1.
You said 1.
I said 1? Friendly amendment, 18-002.
Thought I heard 1 and 2, but okay.
Thank you. Further discussion? Okay, so just to be clear, if you change that height, you can come back and request that, no, because we're updating the plan itself. Just go through BZC for that.
Oh, don't I have to go to the planning commission?
You have to go to the, are we saying
That's
the
the
same
BCC.
thing?
Oh, BCC.
Yeah, zoning commission.
Oh,
Planning commission, zoning commission.
Oh, it's not, yeah, it's not a variance, it's a particular.
So just to be clear, when we usually say the planning commission, we mean Delaware County Regional Planning Commission.
Oh,
That's
okay.
DCRPC. And we have the Berlin Zoning Commission.
Okay.
We call that BZC. In your case is BZC,
Gotcha.
Berlin Zoning Commission 18-002. And then if you wanted a conditional use or a variation that gets turned down or those kinds of things, you go to the Berlin Zoning Appeals, which is BZA. Yeah. Good. Any further discussion?
I've had a lot of education in
Good.
2 hours.
You're free to join us instead. And thank you to Jacob for your analysis on this and diving in and clarifying.
We also, hopefully we need to receive these. We have not. received-
Friendly amendment to the motion, which is to receive the application and supplemental information provided as exhibit 18-002 deviation to exhibit A. Do you approve that amendment?
Yes.
Thank you.
We haven't voted on it yet.
No, okay. That's why I was able to amend it as opposed
So
to,
what we're doing is we're receiving it, we're agreeing that sign 1 is a major modification and sign 2 is a minor modification.
correct. And for that amendment, the reception of the documents and a declaration of exhibit should come before the motion to approve. As amended and agreed upon. Okay. Further discussion? Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Okay.
I would ask that when you all get the minutes, the draft journal
I'll make
tonight,
it.
you just make sure you got it this one.
I'll make sure.
I got it right.
I might have to watch the video myself. Please call roll.
Trustee Bullard,
Yes.
trustee Sutton,
Yes.
trustee Rayo.
Yes.
Wait, did we have somebody move it? I know
Yeah.
you authorized it, Bullard, you moved it?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, I missed that.
No, she said so moved, he said.
He seconded it.
I second.
I moved it, he seconded it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
With a
Thank
couple-
you. Appreciate it.
Okay, couple of friendly.
Okay, for this monthly trustee report, we have this the other way,
Yeah.
to make it a little bit more visible, or visible at all, for me. That'd be great.
Maybe I can get it with my.
And you probably can. Get a camera, take a picture.
Yeah, we were having trouble getting that printed, so we'll try
No problem,
to
no
fix that
problem.
next time.
Next item is Berlin Business Park and I guess Berlin Industrial Overlay. Those go together. I think that's my item, but did you guys have anything for that?
Want to start with anything, or?
You can jump in. I would just say that Jacob has been working on some solutions that may assist in kind of activating the business park and so forth. Had an initial conversation with ARB, going to be talking with the zoning commission. There's no text amendment recommendations or anything at this point. He's just throwing some out, so I'll let you do it from there.
Yeah, just to follow up on that. So when the day after I started, the county economic development came and gave a presentation regarding their suggestions. That was discussed further at a later BZC meeting. We did kind of a further discussion in June on maybe some data center potential regulations. At that meeting, I kind of asked if the BZC would be interested in any kind of staff suggested improvements to the process of the BIM. And that was presented at the last BZC meeting on July 28th, kind of some process improvements that can maybe make the process align more with that for applicants and their needs in industrial projects.
I think that makes sense. I think zoning staffing should advise on procedural recommendations and violation or zoning enforcement recommendations. The one caveat I would say is zoning staff should not advise on zoning use codes. It's a matter of protocol because then you would have both the suggester and the enforcer on both sides of the coin. So it's about accountability. BZC members can provide the use codes updates. And then, of course, the zoning department is the one that would have to enforce the use codes. So it's about the division of labor more so than it is anything else. Not that you wouldn't have great recommendations or any zoning staff wouldn't. And they could advise BZC. But the other item with this is we had a documented process. I think right behind you, there's that green and blue process. So would love to entertain working with the zoning liaison on this and maybe looking for those process improvements, templating it out. This business park will have all utilities finally available to it in the next year or so. That said, I am hesitant to make any changes to any proposal within the business park while we still have pending litigation. And so I would caution any changes until we are through or have concluded whatever litigation on that particular document there is, unless, of course, the colleagues would like to still entertain major changes, especially to use codes. But I think also use codes, density, design, those kinds of things. I think we want to resolve our current litigation that we're involved with before we propose any other changes at this time.
I'm not comfortable with making any changes at this point in time because the agreement that we made with the comments that were made to the residents regarding what we were doing and how we were doing it and trying to maintain where we're at. So at this point, I'm not willing to entertain very many changes to the resolution.
Okay, great. I mean, I think if you bring them forward procedural stuff, we can definitely talk about it. Yeah, we can definitely talk about it. We can have conversations and then potentially go to vote eventually as changes are needed. Sorry, Trustee Seth.
Yeah, I would have to disagree. I think it's time to review, which we have been doing, the zoning code for the business park. Currently, the way it is zoned, it's very difficult for the majority of the businesses to even consider building in the business park.
Could you elaborate on a couple of the challenges you've heard of?
Sure. And this comes from several meetings with our economic counselors. I think the number was 9% of the businesses that are looking for somewhere to build would actually be able to locate into our business park. Our mixed codes are so restrictive that we eliminate them. Basically, 91% of the businesses out there from considering building in our business park. There's some other things that Jacob's brought forward that to build in our business park currently, a developer needs to bring a final business plan to be approved, which means they have to have landscape architecture done, they have to have building design done, all of these things, which they're not going to spend money to have a building designed and have landscape done until they know if they can even put that building into that business park. They're just going to move on to a different piece of property at this point. So we have this business park, but we're not open for business. So
yeah.
And it's really time. I understand that there was discussions and when this business park was established with residents, but we've not been able to move forward. Economic development looks at it. Jobs Ohio, it's not a site that is going to attract businesses currently for how it's laid out.
I understand what you're saying. The concern I've got is that with the business park plan, with the code that we've got for business park, we've said that if you do these businesses, you do this sort of stuff, you do all those sorts of things, which is typically what we would look at if we were doing a two-step process. But that's all included in what we've agreed to. That's all agreed to at this point in time, so that when they come in they can come in and ask for that stuff that's in the code. But that's already there and it's available to them. All they gotta do is pull it down and use it. If they wanna come in and think of it as just the Wild West, we wanna do anything we wanna do, if we wanna change the plan, we don't wanna use what the code says and all that sort of stuff, then that's not what we set out to do.
There's so many high-tech manufacturing companies out there that cannot go in this business park. They didn't exist when this business park was created. So that's where we really need to look at an update.
Well, yeah.
Some of these businesses. Orange Township has, just south of here, in the business park, at the road, some really nice-looking buildings, high-tech manufacturing, high-paying jobs. And they would not be allowed in our business park.
And some would, some wouldn't, but I agree with your point that at some point we need to take a look at codes that are more relevant to today versus 5 years ago. That makes sense. I will say that the overlay is one tool, though, and that tool has stripped the residents' right to referendum if they don't like it. And so there's over 300 use codes that are included in that overlay. And the reason why those are and the others are not is because the others would still have to go through the legislative process. The ones that are included are administrative process only, which means that if they come in and they meet the overlay code, there is nothing that anyone can do, not BZA, not ARB, not the Board of Trustees, to prevent what is going in there. And so what the business park overlay does, the overlay gives us the ability to basically, as I understand it, provide a pre-approval process, a one-stop shop, submit your final plan, we give an administrative check, and you go on and it can't be referended by the people. The alternative is if we allow, let's say biotech manufacturing. Not that we are, but we'll just pick whatever code. If we allow that to come in, they can still submit a standard zoning application. We can still hear it, the board can still approve it, but that legislative act empowers the people, if they don't want that to come in, to be able to reserve the right to referendum, put it on the ballot, and reject it. So in my view, I think the Berlin Business Park overlay was a tool that was meant to be used relatively conservatively because it's just an administrative approval and review. And that's why they can submit the final plan, because we don't see it ever again. The other process is we might see it a number of times and the people still reserve the right to referendum. And that's the biggest distinction for me and why I want to proceed with caution as we review and consider these things. Procedurally, if we can make it simpler, that makes sense. But when it comes to the use code cases, the codes that you're mentioning were codes that were at one time provided as inquiries to Jobs Ohio, correct? I think that's what the Economic Development Department used. And I think we need to take a look at some of those. There were many codes, in fact, most of the codes that we considered and we intentionally looked at, a few members, residents, trustees, and we intentionally line itemed to not allow because they can still go through standard zoning. So I think the big thing of why the Berlin Business Park has not been built out is because there is a restriction of the easements and there are utility issues that have been pervasive. In the next year, as those utility issues will be resolved, I would anticipate us having a lot more interest, and I believe we have approved 3 parcels already in the business park. One of them annexed the North Point Hotels, residential hotel. One of them was Elysian, and then one of them was the industrial TNR property. And then the MI property, they did not go through the overlay process like the other 3 did, but they are located in the business park, aren't they? And then they went through standard zoning. The MI property over off of North Old State or 3Bs and K. Is that ringing a bell to anybody?
The North Olstein? That's
Yeah,
it.
I think it was North Old State, right?
Yeah.
Do you remember? It was like,
It's back in the woods there.
yeah, back in the woods, and that was initially in the business park. They came through the standard zoning process because they wanted, again, they didn't want to just submit the final and have it be administrative review. They wanted changes. So I think we have some flexibility.
Is that Bluffs at Allen Creek?
That sounds familiar. Am I?
I don't know. I think it's a PRD, though. They might have rezoned into a PRD.
Yes, that sounds right. And what they did was they preserved the R4 density for the houses.
Everybody's planning to get the cut all the trees,
Oh, really?
basically.
I don't think that was envisioned.
No, it
Anyway.
wasn't envisioned, but that's what the neighbors were complaining, because it was just basically an open field now.
Yeah, that makes sense. As it stands today, I mean, I still think that from a legal perspective, we need to be very cautious about what we end up approving and when we end up doing it. But the rest of the zoning resolution, and I mean, you can submit things for recommendation. I think the only caveat, the only problem there is that if BZC approves the changes to the zoning resolution, we have some time frame, you might want to confirm this, Jacob, we have some time frame that we have to hear it. And then we have some time frame that we have to make a decision on it. So if we ran out of time, and like we could extract the business park items and then approve the other changes, or we could wait as long as we can, but at some point in time, what the BZC recommended would expire. And then we would have to restart that process. So just from a logistics standpoint, I want to make sure that we're thoughtful about the timing for our zoning resolution. Any other thoughts from the board or Administrator Jacob?
For me, as far as that overlay, I'm not sure. You said it's administrative. I guess when I read it, I don't see it necessarily as an administrative decision, so I think that might be where some confusion might be, how exactly that is administrative, because from what I understand, there's a list of findings that could potentially make it discretionary, I guess.
So, yeah. So it's 519. So 519 has different sections. This is under the section of administrative review and approval. And it's not so much like from your end of processing. It might look somewhat similar now, but the key is the legalities of it. Is it legislatively binding? Any application that comes in, we as a board that determine if it's a standard application, we make a legislatively binding decision. That starts a referendum clock that has all kinds of legal implications. When we approved the business park before, as a board, that's when the legislative binding decision was made 5 years ago. So the clock started and all the legal parameters started on the business park when we approved it, which means we are past the referendum, we are past the legalities. Anything that comes in and is compliant with the business park, we have to legally approve. That no alterations, so that's why you want to be more restrictive, right? If we say, if this comes through and it matches everything, it is. The problem is that people are coming through with applications that are not in compliance with that. So that to me, and what we negotiated with, I think, the Bluffs and MI, was we said, okay, this is not an administrative thing because you're asking for 8 deviations. It doesn't fit in our business park overlay, but it still fits within our zoning density for residential and meets all these other things. Why don't you bring it through standard application process? That standard application process allows that legislative clock to begin or allows the residents to potentially referendum if they want. It's about preservation of what the legislation preserves as residents' rights or not.
That makes sense. So I think maybe staff school can be to try to relay that intention better in the zoning codes, maybe, so that way there's less confusion. I don't know, because it seems like maybe that isn't getting over to the developer side, maybe.
I think so. I think you're absolutely right. We reference it in the zoning resolution, and we just say like, in accordance with ORC 519.22C. And then we're like, no, it's not A, which we're usually referencing, it's C. And that's often lost, and I think that has been very much so lost in translation with the new economic development department, which has turned around 3 times in the last 5 years the entire department. There's no historical context for what the intention was, the fact that it's administrative review and not a legislative review. And maybe to your point, Trustee Sutton, maybe elaborating on, you want to develop in the business park area. Here are the different suites of tools that are available to you. We did that with MI successfully. We did that with Elysian successfully. I think that we could maybe say there's standard zoning, there's business park, and then maybe there's something else. Maybe there's other overlays we could do, like a biotech overlay, where we say if you want to bring in a biotech, here's the different conditions that we will accept biotech in.
And the way to think of the code is the code is the plan. And what the people that want to walk away are the people that take that as a plan, but then they want to come in with a whole bunch of changes to it. Well, that's not what the plan is. The plan was what we put there.
Yeah.
And whatever they're going to do has to fit within that plan.
I think the 6-digit mix codes they're so restricted that that's what limits what type of business you can bring forward into the business park. And not many
In the overlay.
Yeah, not many overlays have used mixed codes in that manner. If we went to a 4-digit mixed code, our zoning code still enforces as the ultimate enforcement on what can be built. It doesn't, going to 4 digits, we're still protecting them when they bring forward their plans. It still has to meet our zoning code. And I think it would give us the opportunity to make this business park more attractive, and gives the current landowners, if they want to sell their land, to start to someone that wants to develop that property, gives them that opportunity. But I think from what I've heard, there's some landowners that feel like they can't sell because they're restricted in what can be developed on that property.
The property value for the landowners prior to the business park going in was approximately $40,000 to $50,000 per acre, and now it's ranging around $100,000 per acre. That the business park overlay alone advanced the retail property value of that over double. So property owners who are using that, because again, it still retained all of its current zoning that it had, then they layered in an overlay on top of that. So the property value has doubled per acre for landowners. Not that I'm concerned one way or another for their valuation, but it's not restricting. In reality, it enhanced the value of their property significantly. And then the 6-digit, I'm very much a proponent of 6-digit. And the reason for that is when you look at the NICS codes, they have a catch-all category at the end of the 4 digits. That is general manufacturing, other manufacturing. And you're right that we would solve for design issues, for example, regardless of the use. But the use matters to inform the design of the buildings. And the buildings were laid out in the way that they were in accordance with those use codes. When you generalize it to general manufacturing or other mismanufacturing, you open up a whole slew of unrestricted uses for which the buildings that we've designed may or may not fit. So for me, the 6-digit NAICS codes makes perfect sense with the pre-approved building designs, with us just saying check, 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 check. as a township in administratively approving a process. They can still go through the standard, they can still bring in those other NAICS codes, we can still consider them. And I think what we would want to do in that case is we would want to kind of say, what's the expectation that we have here, that it's clean, that it's good, that it's, you know, safe, all the things that we do, and then we would have to just approve it from a legislative standpoint. The 6-digit gives clarity in what it is that we have administratively approved. And then the legislative, if they want to bring in a 4-digit code, we'll look at it and we'll say we either will or will not have it, and then the residents will have the right to referendum it or not.
But clean isn't one of the decision points that we can use. Safe is, safety
Well,
is.
clean is safe.
Well,
Clean water is safety, right?
And I go back to the point that the 6-digit codes last year would have allowed 9% of the businesses that contacted Delaware County Economic Development Council. 9% of them would have been able to consider applying to build in our business park. The rest of them, they're gonna go.
And I think the number, how many inquiries was that of? Like 30 of them?
I was thinking of over 60. I haven't heard that talk in a couple months, but
Yeah.
pretty high number.
I'm okay with not being the right size to fit everyone. They could, 9% to me could have came in and applied the overlay, and we would have no ability to stop, deny, or modify it. And I'm okay with the ones that we've approved. But I'm not gonna blanketly say general use is great.
I haven't had the experience of meeting with the past economic development teams that were there. You know, I guess I could question some of the things that they recommend. I'm going off of the individuals that are there now, that I've met with several times now, that I think they have some great experience developing other sites, relationships with John, Ohio. Taking their advice, it's very hard for them to market this property for us right now.
The previous economic development departments had similar or more experience and advised us on 6-digit NAICS codes, advised us on the design, practically provided the entirety of the design through a contractor that they utilized. So, I mean, we're getting different advice today, to your point, and
things have changed. That's post-COVID. It's high technology now.
Yeah,
That's how it's our
I agree with that.
And we have the city of Delaware, and the city of Sunbury on both sides of this business park. So the longer we don't do anything, the more the possibility of annexation comes in.
Well, I think that that's not a fair statement, given that we have a jet agreement, abatements, sewer plan, and all utilities by the county. I think we're in a really, really good spot, but I do agree with you that we want to get it developed. But I think that the whole reason we did the business park was to help shore up and appreciate the county's help on that regarding, typically annexation follows sewer and water patterns, and both of those we've solved for. Typically it follows a whole host of different things that we've partnered with the county on. They've been great partners. And so I don't want to start the gloom and doom before we've even got the utilities up and running.
But our township would also benefit from the revenue that come with the business park. So
Don't disagree with you on that. Okay, I don't know that we've given you direction per se. I think the main thing that I think might be helpful for everyone's sake, though, is this point of clarification about, the context around the overlay and what the overlay was approved as, being an administrative review versus a legislatively binding decision. And having some further conversations with the county about maybe the township's perspective generally. I brought up the fact that, not the industrial, because the industrial is separate, but I brought up the fact that the commercial overlay over off of, in the peninsula between Big Run Road and Dunham Road, that we envision something like the continent with mixed use and businesses on the bottom and apartments on the top, something Evans Farms-esque, right? There did not seem to be an understanding that that was what the proposed was intending to do. And so I think that it would be really good to talk through at least the ideas that were conceived of that we might want to hold on to, and also hear more about, the future of uses and considering uses that we have not previously considered and already rejected before. I mean, there's a number of them, to Trustee Sutton's point. There are some that we have declined 3-4 times now, so I think that we would probably want to keep those next codes. I mean, we can propose them, but they'll probably get rejected again.
I think the analogy might be the Evans Farms entrance, because if you got the businesses on the first level.
Exactly.
That was what we were envisioning there too.
I think I specifically said we permitted rooftop restaurants, and they were stunned. And I think it's in there. I think it's in the code that we said something like rooftop restaurants are permitted, but something like the noise or music needs to be compliant with the resolution. So I think there's just points of, and Dana has been really good to talk with and work with, so I think there's points of clarification and collaboration here yet to be had. Yeah, there's no action item for this, but it's good to have a general idea of where each of our board members lies on that.
I would, Trustee Sutton, keep working on that, because we can always revise it, we can always go at it, but we want to be careful how we do it and what we do, because when we open it up, it's open. It's not something where we can come in and close the door.
Totally agree with that.
Yeah. Okay.
I guess we could potentially do something where, I mean, if it would be helpful, you're the zoning liaison, but you weren't there for the establishment of the overlay. I would be happy to maybe set up something with Dana and talk with him about that historical context and the administrative versus legislative component. If you want that, I don't need to do that either.
I've met with Dana several times, and I think it'd be great for you to meet with him and give him additional perspective.
Do you think having Administrator Meyer or Jacob present would be beneficial, or should it just be Dana there?
No, I think it'd be very beneficial for him to be at the meeting.
Okay, well, so I guess based on Trustee Sutton's recommendation here, it might be helpful for me to coordinate a meeting, or can you coordinate the meeting?
Yeah, coordinate.
And have us present. I'm very restricted in my time, so, but I would love to, I guess, just give it from that perspective and then see if, to your point, see if we can get something together that maybe we all can at least get progress, even if we don't have agreement on all points. Okay, great. Thank you. Anything else for zoning? Anything else presenting for you? Okay, moving to, do you need a break?
I did.
Okay, without objection, 5-minute recess.
Okay.
You need me to hold it?
Oh my gosh. Here we go. Sorry to reach over you.
Okay. We're returning to session. Moving forward with the agenda, we have the HR monthly report. Any high-level updates for that?
Like Jacob said, we had the zoning secretary, and then tonight we're looking to add the zoning inspector, so we'll have a full zoning staff. Also, a road laborer, and we'll have a full staff with roads as well. That's kind of the high level. The other things, you know, we talked about with the chief too, is that all the union contract changes were implemented into the payroll system. That was fun.
Hey, just a huge props to her. That was a lot of work.
Thank you so much. I know that.
She went out without there wasn't a single firefighter who had back pay because of it or had a payroll error.
Big deal. Thank you. And I know that system's not easy, so
Yeah,
definitely appreciate it.
HR was great. They helped me make sure, and that was great. So, the only other thing, speaking of HR butler, is that they have given me a proposal for the applicant tracking and advanced scheduling features and that sort of thing. So Pat and I are looking over that. I'll propose that for January budget. So, and then the only other thing is, I know on here we have FMLA language. We're not going to be discussing that so much. Pat and I have discussed that, though I've been kind of looking at chipping away at some things in the handbook. That's just best for us just to go straight into the full handbook revision that we're going to start. So
I cannot agree more.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
necessary and
Yes.
I know a significant task, so
Yes.
it's just be best to do that. I think the last update was approved September of 2022.
Right.
And I mean, we have changed so much, so.
Yeah, there's some archaic stuff in there.
well, we need to make it that we can not have to update it. You know, take some things out of it that make it easier to keep it flowing a little bit better. So, so with that, the only thing I have are the two hiring resolutions for the zoning inspector and for the roads.
Okay, very good. What resolution number are we on?
203?
204.
204?
03 was a minor major.
Oh, you're right. I copied that one.
Oh.
That is on it.
Administrator Meyer corrected the fiscal officer.
Wow.
Sorry, Lisa.
And you do you.
That brought joy to my heart.
Lots of questions.
I got a question too. The terminations, resignations, do we need to accept any of those?
We did for PIP, but I don't believe we need to do for the other one because it was
He
non-resident.
forfeited his position according to the handbook.
Well, Kristen we appointed her, and so I didn't know if we needed to
Cynthia?
accept the.
Kristen Yorko.
Oh.
I think you guys did that at your June
We
meeting.
did, yeah.
You did that at the June
We sent
8th
her
meeting.
resignation.
Oh, and
Bobby
then,
Brown.
Bobby Brown forfeited his position. There's no, according to the handbook, if you leave and don't come back, you forfeit your
he
position.
forfeited his position.
And I made him aware of that. We made him aware of that.
Effective when?
July 10th.
Should we just do that and just cover it?
I
It
just
wasn't
didn't know if we needed
a,
to
it
do
wasn't
that.
a resident.
I know, we wouldn't do the resignation. We would declare,
I'm sorry, you guys are supposed to, we
sorry, I
declared,
didn't hear you.
I asked if we needed to declare it vacant.
That's what I was
probably
gonna
need to
ask.
declare
For declaring.
That's
Yeah.
exactly what I was gonna ask.
thank you, Ron.
Motion to terminate, motion voluntary termination of, instead of involuntary.
Because then we can declare the position
Yeah.
open and all that sort of stuff, which we can't do if we don't accept the resignation, I don't think.
It was, yeah.
And what position was this?
It's, we can do the other thing first.
It was considered like a abandonment of position.
What did we do in the case of the prior cemetery sexton? What did we say?
Let me look. See if I can find it.
The name was
Just Hannah, wasn't it?
Hannah. Yeah. That's what we should do.
I'm checking and see if I have any of my minutes.
It was just a question, I didn't
No,
have
that's
a
okay.
plan for it.
No, I think it was good. I forgot. about the
I
date.
thought about it, but it was like, well, it wasn't technically a resignation, it was
It's a vacancy of
They
position.
abandoned the position.
It's an abandonment of
Yes.
position.
That's what the handbook says.
So here's what you did for the other position, whereas Berlin Township previously appointed and employs so-and-so as this role, as the role, whereas the Board of Trustees finds that the employee has not fulfilled their job duties for the township and has abandoned her job, and whereas the Board of Trustees desires to separate the employee's employment effective immediately. That's what you did for her. You want to take it or read it?
And it's Bobby Brown.
Yes.
Whereas Berlin Township previously appointed an employee, Bobby Brown, as roads laborer, whereas the Board of Trustees finds that the employee did not fulfill his job duties for the township and has abandoned his job, and whereas the Board of Trustees desires to separate the employee's employment effective July 10th, now therefore it be resolved by the Board of Trustees of Berlin Township, Delaware County, Ohio, the board, that the employment of Bobby Brown is hereby terminated effective July 10th per township policy in the handbook due to abandonment. Be it further resolved, the township administrator will or has notified the employee to the best of his ability and will direct and return any return of township property as needed, and we shall declare the position vacant effective July 10th. Can I get a second? Yeah, I got it. Moved by the chair, seconded by Trustee Sutton. Discussion. Please call roll.
Trustee Sutton?
Yes.
Trustee Rail?
Yes.
Trustee Bullard?
Yes.
Okay, that takes us to Resolution 06. Move to approve Resolution 26-05, 26-206.
I think we're 205.
So I'm at 206 now because we just did 205. Resolution
That was
appointing
204.
Bobby Brown was 204.
204.
Yeah.
So I'm on 205.
Yep.
Okay. I'm gonna.
It's getting late, we got
It's
it.
getting late. Remove that, scratch, start over. Rescind that prior start of the motion. Move to approve Resolution 26-205, resolution appointing Jeff Turo II as zoning inspector effective August 24th, 2026 at a rate of $29 per hour.
Second.
Moved by the chair, seconded by Trustee Bullard. Discussion. Please call roll.
Trustee Rail?
Yes.
Trustee Bullard?
Yes.
Trustee Sutton?
Yes.
And I apologize, I wanted to make certain that if we wanted to go to executive session for any of these hirings, we could. Okay, all right, sorry, I should have offered that before.
Is there a start date for Jeffrey?
I think I said August 24th.
Yes, that's because.
Did I say
Yes, that's right. And that's because Jacob's on vacation. So we're waiting until he gets back.
Okay.
Enjoy it. And now we're on 206.
Yes.
Move to approve Resolution 26-206, a resolution appointing Bryce Alkyrie as road laborer 1, effective August 17th, 2026, at a compensation rate of $22 per hour.
Second.
Moved by the chair, seconded by Trustee Bullard. Discussion. Anything to note for that? Please call roll.
Trustee Bullard?
Yes.
Trustee Sutton?
Yes.
Trustee Rail?
Yes. That takes us to FML language, which you mentioned that we were just going to do a revision of the handbook, so that would be forthcoming. We'll probably then leave that out of future agendas. We'll just add the handbook when the time comes for that. And that will be a pretty substantive and important item to review. So if you guys could get it to us a couple weeks in advance of the meeting, that'd be ideal so that we can actually provide some substantive feedback if we need to. Great.
Would you welcome updates through the weekly report too, as we're on different sections?
I don't know. What's the will of the board? Would you guys prefer to get updates as they work through the each section in the weekly report? Or would you just prefer to see the edits in one draft?
If everything's going okay, I just assume a summary. Okay. If there's a problem, I just assume know about it right now.
Yeah. So how about this? If you guys come up with a snafu anywhere, as you're working through it and you have a question, you can put it in the weekly report. Otherwise, sally forth and we'll see the edits. Are you okay with that, Trustee Sutton?
Yes, I am.
Okay, great.
Yeah, that's perfect.
Okay, awesome. All right, that takes us to, we have executive session on the agenda, and I think, I'm not sure that we need either of you anymore. There was a compensation, potential executive session related to a, what was it?
Workers' comp.
Workers' comp plan. There was a summary of that. I don't think that there's any action that's being requested this evening,
No.
correct? So, if we want to discuss it in, executive session, we should go into executive session now. Otherwise, we should continue with the agenda and go into executive session at the end. Would you like to discuss the workers' comp?
Well, what I was gonna do is this thing here, the vestibule opening doors, we've taken care of that one.
Oh, yep, we have for the trustee items below.
And the trustee items. And then the data center resolution, that's one we've got to discuss, and we may want to cover that with the zoning. But other than that, I think
You want to just proceed forward with the rest of the
if we
agenda?
did those two, then we can go back and get the rest of them. I don't need anybody else here for any of the rest of them.
Okay, and we don't need executive session for workers' comp. There's no action for the board? I don't think so. You don't think so? Okay. All right, then we don't need you guys for anything else, but you're welcome to stay. Really appreciate all the great work that's been done here. I will bring up the data center resolution now. As a matter of attorney-client privilege, we do have to move as a board to provide a summary of any information that's been given to us under that purview. I move to waive attorney-client privilege in the matter of the questions concerning the data center resolution with Delaware County prosecutors.
And I just got a comment, which is.
Well, you have to second it.
Oh, second.
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee Bowler. Discussion. This is just a matter of protocol. We'll just provide the summary. It doesn't, waive blanket attorney-client privilege, and it was just an inquiry to the prosecutor's office. I wanted to make sure that we had the opportunity to discuss.
And
Moved by the, oh, sorry. You have a point for discussion.
well, you already moved once.
We didn't call roll.
Yeah, no, so we either got to vote on that one or.
Can I just clarify a point? So you're waiving attorney
Client privilege in the matter of data center resolution inquiry with the Delaware County prosecutors.
And that inquiry happened when?
I didn't provide a date.
Okay.
You can say summer 26.
Just, you never know.
Yeah, I hear you. Please call roll.
Trustee Sutton?
Yes.
Trustee Bullard?
Yes.
Trustee Rayo?
Yes. So as a point of summary, I had reached out to the prosecutor's office to see if we could have a resolution made up and approved by the prosecutor's office concerning a temporary moratorium on data centers, given a lot of the various evidence that's come to light. We have been advised that per the ORC, there is no explicit Ohio revised code that permits a board to provide an explicit temporary or permanent moratorium on a specific use. That instead we should follow the ORC 519 process, and if we want to make changes to the use of a data center being permitted, it should go through the regular channels. That being said, I believe that Trustee Bullard, you had a point to make on that.
Well, a couple of points is that the state legislature, I believe the federal legislature are both looking at doing things to restrict and kind of control the data centers. The data centers have basically been given a blank script to do anything they want to do, and now they're looking at putting in some restrictions and things that need to be in place. And other places are looking at a 6 months or a year of moratorium to give the legislature time to get that stuff in place. And that's what I'm saying is it would be good if we could get something that would allow us to get our agreement with what the state law is and all that sort of stuff. Everything in agreement. But if we can't, we can't.
There's so much information out there. It's hard to understand all of it. There's these new generations of data centers. There's some closed loop water systems on them that takes care of one of the concerns. The data centers.
Do we have a NUX code for data centers?
So that's the reason why I'm bringing it up. I would hate to go in the opposite direction of our colleagues in economic development and maybe even our own board's inclination, but there is a NAICS code use that is permitted. It is an administrative review, which would have rather significant consequences for, I think, this township. If something were to come through in a manner that hasn't been regulated by the state and the federal, which is what they're reviewing, right? So it's not a permanent moratorium or even a lack of desire for it if it's done right, closed loop, safe, clean, all those things. We do have a building size restriction, which by virtue of that size restriction, which was intentionally done, would stave off in some ways the hyperscale, the large scale data centers because the building, they want bigger. It doesn't completely eliminate the possibility because you could just use a bunch of little buildings the same size. But I am very concerned about not having the right technology in place, the right infrastructure in place, which I know could be provided and will be required in the future. And I think that we need to take action in some way related to data centers, or we're going to have a pretty significant issue on our hands.
And I think that there will be a push by the data center developers to do something before the legislature can get everything in place.
So you see that the tension mounting is where I'm going with this in terms of where we could end up in, given our use codes, given the way that our zoning is structured with data centers.
The sledgehammer is coming and they want to get it done before they, or at least get their foot in the door.
Now, I know approximately 7 or 8 now townships that have passed a temporary moratorium on data center use permits, including Jerome Township in Union County, just over the ways. We haven't been advised of that. I'm not sure it would hold up in court. I think that puts us at a legal risk, to be honest with you. So I don't know, I wish it was as simple as that, to be honest, but I think that we do need to take rather expedited action if we want to do anything related to data centers, and the action that I would like to take would be to initiate a zoning resolution update immediately that does everything, that changes nothing other than remove data centers from it and push it through BZC and get it to the board so that we've taken action. That alone, only doing that would still take 3 months. Alternatives could be maybe we do some minor modifications to the process, but we don't resolve the NAICS codes, the things that will be super debated. Maybe we do some quick temporary changes. But I'm very fearful that if we don't take action soon, we're going to be caught in a weird inflection point. That's a great term. Thoughts for your guys' consideration on we'll call it update light of the zoning resolution to remove data centers in the hope of bringing them back once we have clarity from the federal and state regulators. Thoughts?
Does that hold up in court? Making a change that quickly to try and exclude a data center in our township?
Yes. It follows the process for updating our zoning resolution, which was what was advised. So it meets all the legal parameters, 1, and then 2, as long as we don't have an application already submitted, it would be fine because it's from the point in the day that the application is submitted according to the zoning that's in place.
This is being recommended by the Delaware County prosecutor.
They said that the only way to do it legally is to go through the zoning process update.
And there needs to be several things on the update, not just this, because if we do something that's aimed at that.
Right, that's what I'm saying, the zoning resolution light.
Right.
You know, it's, you know, obviously there's gonna be these issues that we're gonna need to confront, the NAICS code uses, the building, the designs, and all of that can stay the same for now, or if there's things that we can readily agree upon, we could get that in there, but this would be because we have wanted to update the zoning resolution starting the beginning of last year, and now here we are a year and a half later, and we've had a number of changes as well in the zoning department, but I think these things do take time. And so we have a number of proposed minor changes, I think, already. And if we initiated that process, it's a 30-day notice to BZC. BZC approves it as a 30-day notice to the board. The board then has, I think, 30 or 45 days to consider that. And so we would be able to get out in front of a potential issue. And my real concern here is that if we remove it from the business park now, we can still hear the proposal of a data center. They can still bring it forward. They can provide all the safety and all that information. But the real thing is that there's still an avenue by which, one, we can reject it legally, and by which, two, if we did approve it, it could be referendum by the people if they wanted it.
So the code change is more about taking it out of the administrative review, putting it back into this process over here.
Correct. Well, it would be removing the use entirely for the time.
Okay.
But it could be, I mean, we could at minimum put it into the industrial, not as the business park, not as the administrative review.
I think we need to initiate an updated zoning text, the zoning code period, and we need to talk with Scott Sanders as to a way to do it, because the county's got to be asking the same question.
Yeah.
And coming at it that way. And also I would ask Chris about it.
Reinhardt?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because of his connection to the zoning group or the zoning board in Brown Township. You know, he's on the board as far as Brown Township goes.
Yeah.
And would probably be a good,
Yeah, he's a
a
good
good
resource.
source of how to do it or what to do.
I'm okay with that.
You know, those.
I want us to move faster than maybe historically we have been on the updates though.
But that's got to be a direction to BZC, because BZC will be the one doing the update, and we probably need to give them some goals or some guidelines as to what needs to be updated.
The BCC has reviewed the zoning resolution on a number of occasions over the last year, is that right? So they already have edits prepared and ready. Is there a reason why they haven't initiated the update, the notice and the formal update?
So we've kind of been discussing additional topics, you know, with the NAICS codes and kind of the process. So that's kind of the reason it's still kind of dragged out a little bit. My goal was to give them something final to look at on the 25th. And then maybe if they like that, then that's when they can formally initiate it. I was hoping to get some final language of what we've been discussing in the last couple meetings to them
That
on the
makes
25th.
sense. So what I'm hearing you say is we're already pretty far along in the updating process.
And I've been working with Jen Huber as far as how that process works.
She would be a good one to ask as well.
You know, I'm just
No, I think all this is great.
Just throwing out mine.
My big thing is that I feel like there's a ticking clock on this particular issue. And I don't want there to be a gap because there are a number of places where the initiation of the zoning text update came as a result of an application coming through. And that's not, you know, we have enough time, we have enough information, we can and should take action. We can take action as a board, and so.
Well, this discussion is before any applications have come in right
Exactly.
now, and so the more that we get done, the better off we are.
If we're not directing BZC specifically, but given your timeline and the updates that you guys have already been working through, if they would be amenable to it, it might be good to recommend at least initiating the process, because we have to have the final draft posted with 30 days notice. So, for BZC, it's not a 10-day notice like normal, like other applications. So, find out how fast they feel like they can get that done, and know that this is a important matter, I think, for our community and board.
And it's on the agenda still to discuss tomorrow, so I can give an update on that.
And if they are fine with it, I mean, you could finalize the draft and initiate the posted notice in between the 25th and then, or if they want to do the final edits, whatever. Just, it might be good to give them options.
I'll see what I'll give them the options.
There needs to be a draft for them to look at on the 25th to.
Right, before the day that we post a 30-day notice is the day that the final draft needs to be with that, like, on the website. So that's an important piece of it, because it has to be a full 30 days that you can review it.
I think that board has to initiate the.
Exactly.
So between now and the 25th, there needs to be a draft written that they can look at, if change it or use it or not use it, but there needs to be something done in the next 2 weeks to have that so that they can work with it on the 25th. Otherwise, they're starting to do it on the 25th. If you follow up.
Yeah, but the zoning secretary can initiate the hearing for the BZC.
Yeah, that can all be initiated, but there needs to be.
Right.
This is what we want to put in.
Exactly, and so the zoning secretary can initiate it, but they have to initiate it at 30 days out, and it has to be the draft that the BZC will review. So you can't really make the changes between those 30 days and say, this is what we posted, and now this is what you're going to see. It has to be consistent, and then if they want to make the changes in there at that time, they can modify it, approve it, and then send it to the board of trustees.
And that's what I'm saying, Scott or Chris or whoever would be the right one, need to be contacted now to have it available for the 25th.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Is this all making sense?
Yeah, so I think that kind of is in line with
With what you want to do anyway?
The idea is to get, final draft done this week, based on what I've been working on with Jen. That way it's ready for the 25th. That's kind of.
So would you be available in the next week to meet with Dana?
Probably, yeah. Yeah, I can check.
I would like consideration seen for some of the discussion that's been happening about Mexico's business park.
Yeah.
Maybe this all gets rolled into one.
I'm happy to talk with them, but I don't want you to be optimistic that I will support a 4-point NAICS code. But I'm happy to have a conversation and do the due diligence here in the next week.
I'm just thinking they gotta have something to look at besides a blank piece of paper.
Yeah, for sure. And they have been working through sections. I know that they were in landscaping for a couple months.
We'll have a whole draft for them.
And yeah, you have like a red line of the changes and things like that.
I think if you saw some of Jacob's recommendations, it's not as scary as what it sounds.
Well, Jacob shouldn't be recommending any NAICS codes.
Not the next codes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's the language for the zoning code to make these revisions.
Like the procedural stuff, you mean? Yeah. Yeah, that's fine.
And I'm willing to appropriate money for legal or for Scott and have, say, Don work with them to be able to do that.
Yeah.
And I know I'm putting stuff, if you think you can do it, great, can't say so, we'll get somebody else. But, we can give you money to work with and time here to get something done.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. So if I met with Dana in the next week or so, then that would give you time to, well, so he'll need to do some of it, but these guys should be doing it, right?
Understand, yeah.
So you guys can work with Scott and DCRPC, Chris Reinhardt and Jen Huber, We can appropriate, what, a couple of thousand for that. And what did you envision those individuals providing? Scott typically provides comments on.
General direction, and then Chris can give us a
I think
legal
Jen,
review of it.
I think Jen, Huber's been involved before Jacob was here when Philip was working on
Yeah.
language changes in the zone code BDC. So I think a lot of this has already had legal insight into it.
Whatever you guys think is appropriate, so if you don't think that, if you don't need to use the $2,000, that's great, but I wanna be just allocating and assigning to the right folks so that we can get this mobilized. Move to appropriate.
Let me ask one question. Does this sound like we're doing things the right way, or how we should?
Yeah, I mean,
As long as you're okay with it too. I wanna
no, I'm
I wanna
good
make
with
sure
it. I mean,
we're
I'm
all
not a
bought in.
zoning expert, right? But I'm following what you're, picking up what you're laying down, so to speak. I understand what you're saying, so, I mean, I don't know that we need 3 outside people involved. Scott, Chris, Jen, I don't know about that, because I don't know those people like you do. I know Jen Huber's been intimately
Let's
involved
take
with
out
it.
Chris Reinhardt.
And I think Jen's gonna be the
Let's
best
take out
person.
Chris Reinhardt and maybe a side conversation is fine with him on that, because I don't think he's on Brown board anymore either, but definitely Jen's been involved. And Scott Sanders from DCRPC makes sense,
I want
right?
someone with some legal.
And Scott has provided editorial updates in the past, so I think that makes sense for him to review it.
And I'm willing to work with a legal person to be assigned by the liaison. But it doesn't have to be, if that person's available, great. If that person's not available, then we gotta find somebody else.
Yeah. And I'll bring it up in executive session. I want to be careful with the business park. Okay. Good. So, $2,000 or so for this.
Now we need to appropriate $2,000.
Move to appropriate $2,000 for the purposes of zoning resolution review and designate Trustee Sutton as the liaison and Administrator Hale to work through.
No. Myers.
Sorry, Administrator Myers, Administrator Myers to work through.
The older and
Is that
more
the first time I did
older and more
that?
distinguished.
Okay. It's 8 o'clock.
That's okay.
Administrator Myers
I'll take
to
any
work
offense.
through zoning resolution items, related items.
Second.
Moved by the chair, seconded by Trustee Bullard. Discussion. Please call roll.
Trustee Sutton?
Yes.
Trustee Bullard?
Yes.
Trustee Rowe?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Newsletter. Administrator Myers, we need to get the newsletter out by that first. We always go in alignment with Easter and Touch a Truck.
Okay.
So 10/18 being the Touch a Truck or the open house. No, Easter and open house. I'm sorry,
Yeah.
not Touch a Truck. So open house being the 18th of October. We need it in the mail no later than October 5th, ideally just a couple days sooner. And then it takes about a week to 2 weeks of turnaround for we use Larry Garrett's shop, printing shop, PC1. I'll get the formal name.
Okay.
And they need about a 2-week turnaround time.
Okay.
That puts us at early October, and then you need time to aggregate everything. So I would say somewhere around mid-September, September 15th, we should have all the articles for the newsletter.
Okay.
The newsletter is compiled in Canva. I believe it's under either your account or the zoning secretary's account. You might need to do a password recovery on that. I should have taken control of that account.
Do we have Canvas experts here?
It's very easy to use. I can help a little bit for sure.
I'm guessing Cindy. Huh?
I can help.
Okay.
Okay, good.
I'm sure,
Yes.
I bet Cindy would agree.
It's easy, and we already have the newsletter template format.
Right.
But it has to be that number of pages, and it has to be in that specific way. So I would encourage everyone to be brief in their articles. Get all the articles to you. You can consolidate. We can review. And then I don't know. Will either of you two, would you guys like to write an article or anything, or would we like to just have the staff members write it, and then you guys can review from the respective areas if you want?
We should let the staff members write it and review it, and then if we got something else,
Yep.
we add it.
And page 1 is always the letter from the chair, irrespective of who the chair is. So it's a pretty simple template now.
Who mails it? Print shop?
That print shop.
Okay.
It's a one-stop shop, so we just send them that PDF format. They do the final edits, and then they
That's
have
awesome.
the whole list.
This is nothing compared to what I was doing before.
Yeah, we use
It's
the.
great.
We moved from what Genoa used to. I think this is what Brown and a few other townships use.
We printed it at Blended in our office. We
No,
had a $200,000 production printer. Trustee Siamaka bought.
no, that's.
We did the
No,
whole
no, no.
thing. We did it all. And then I had to go to the mail system and print the indices on them and everything.
Yeah, I mean it's so.
Oh,
Okay, well, anyway, they
This
take
is
care of the
awesome.
addresses, they take care of everything.
We don't have that many people to do that kind of stuff.
how many residents get it?
All,
I mean, households.
I think we have,
I was
26,
gonna say 25, 26.
yeah, 2,600 to 3,000 now.
Okay, yeah, we can do that.
Okay, great. DCTA updates, I just wanted to remind everyone that September 10th is the next DCTA meeting, and I'll have a lot of significant legislative updates to provide, so it'll be a good meeting.
I think I'm gonna miss it.
Shoot, I'll update you. And then Parks and Trails update. You all were provided with the Evans Farms PowerPoint on the parks plan. Any general comments on that? You will be talking about the economic side of that in executive session. But were there any comments on that at this time related to the park plan specifically? My one comment was they have some kind of park system proposed, and they had a passive space over Cheshire or something like that, like a passive space of like nature park that didn't have any activities. And I just don't think we need any more like nature trails that don't do anything. I think we need active sports for parks. And so that would be the one thing I'd like to see updated.
I thought that was along the west side of the railroad track. There from Shannon to Peaceville.
I printed that for you.
But that's
session.
I may be wrong.
No,
It don't-
It's in my office.
It doesn't matter.
All right. Well, I guess the general point is the activities were the only thing that I would want to give feedback on. And I'd want more active activities because we have a lot of passive activities, things like preservation parks all around us. Those are all passive spaces. And they specifically say we don't do soccer fields, we don't do baseball fields, we don't do football fields. Those are the things that our families are in dire need of right now and starting to really bubble up as another concern because you have to drive 20 minutes to anywhere. Any other comments for that? Okay. All right, without further ado, I think we're gonna recess into executive session. And we're gonna start with, move to recess into executive session from regular session pursuant to ORC 121.22G3, conference with an attorney for a public body involving disputes in the public body that are subject to pending or imminent court action, and ORC 122.22G8 economic development. Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee Woolard. Discussion? Please call roll.
Trustee Rayo?
Who should be there?
Yes. Oh, sorry, to include, board members, fiscal officer, Paula, Administrator Myers, and Paul Lafayette.
That was a friendly, and I seconded the friendly motion.
And please call roll.
Trustee Rayo?
Yes.
Trustee Bullard?
Yes.
Trustee Sutton?
Yes.
Thank you all. Appreciate you.
should they went underneath it.
Camera's down
Give
there.
you an idea how high.
Hey, we're live. We're
Perfect.
no longer on mute.
Okay, well, we don't really have much else, so we'll,
I got two little items.
okay,
They're
and
quick.
Lisa, I think you had one.
I have one, yeah, here, I'll pass these out. Just accepting the, official certificate of estimated resources for, 2027.
Thank you.
Yeah, accepting the certificate of estimated resources for 2027.
Yeah.
This is a give back from Cheshire Cemetery
Okay.
and 3 give backs for Evergreen.
Okay.
Jackie Buell just has to do it.
All resolutions,
Passage.
individual resolutions?
Nope,
Okay.
one
What
for Evergreen.
resolution number are we on, Lisa?
That is
207, I think.
really, that's good for all the people, parents, and for us too.
728.
Are you good, Vicki?
Oh, we're live.
Yep.
Are we good?
Yep.
All
All right,
Is the
Motion.
recorder on?
yes, it is.
I'd like to make a motion that we return to regular session from executive session.
Second, moved by trustee Bullard, seconded by the chair. Discussion, please call roll.
Trustee Rail,
Yes.
trustee Bullard,
Yes.
trustee Sutton.
Yes.
Okay, we did meet in executive session. No decisions were made and no actions were taken. That said, I think that we can move forward with the agenda here. We have any old business to bring up?
No.
Okay. Okay. Future meetings.
Got a emergency meeting Thursday,
Okay.
and there's the DCTA meeting.
DCTA is September 10th.
And the fair's coming up.
And the fair is coming up, which will be super exciting. Little Brown Jug.
Be there.
Okay. I don't have any future.
Next trustee meeting, September 14th.
Next trustee meeting is Monday, September 14th at 5 p.m.
Do you have regional planning meeting at the end of the month? I've asked Jacob to fill in for me at that meeting.
Great. Is Jacob the primary or the alternate?
I believe he would be the primary now.
I wasn't sure who we even designated, but it makes sense for him to.
He went to a meeting. Went to a June meeting with me.
Oh, great.
So,
Great. Okay, late items. I have a couple late items here before me. We have a acceptance of a cemetery lot donation givebacks. Move to approve resolution number 26-07, a resolution to accept a cemetery lot donation from the creator John Spring in regards to Cheshire Cemetery.
That would be 2011, 26-2011,
26-2011.
211.
211.
Second.
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee Bullard. Discussion? Please call roll.
We probably need to sign.
Trustee Bullard,
Yes.
trustee Sutton,
yes.
trustee Rail.
Yes. Move to approve resolution number 26-212, a resolution to accept cemetery lot donation. The creators Don Schreiber, Dale and Cheryl Brown, Charles and Helen Casey, for Evergreen Cemetery lots.
Second.
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee Bullard. Discussion? Please call roll.
Trustee Sutton,
Yes.
trustee Rail,
Yes.
trustee Bullard.
Yes.
Do you want us to give this to you first, Lisa, or do you want us to just sign it now?
You can sign them and then just pass them down when you're done.
And then the final item that I'm listing here for late items is the official certificate of resources. Swap and sign. Which has been provided thanks to our fiscal officer. Move to approve the official certificate of estimated resources for 2027.
Second?
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee Bowler. Discussion? Please call roll.
Trustee Sutton?
Yes.
Trustee Bullard?
Yes.
Trustee Rail?
Yes. Any other late items? Move to adjourn.
Second?
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee Bowler. Please call roll.
Trustee Rail?
Yes.
Trustee Sutton?
Yes.
Trustee Bullard?
Yes.
We are adjourned.